Going on the record, calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF 1692, appearances.
Attorney Megan Newport and Ian Vance Karazan appears for the state.
Attorney Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So welcome back. Hope we had a lovely evening. As you recall, we are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
State calls Detective Nora Burlow.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My first name is Nora, Nora. My last name is Donegan, D like David, Onegan. But I'm formally last name Burlow, Burlo.
Thank you. Detective Donegan, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
7 years,
How long have you been a detective?
for about 6 months.
Prior to being promoted to detective, where were you assigned and what was your rank?
I was a police officer at District 5.
Does District 5 encompass the area of 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it does.
That location's in the city and county of Milwaukee.
It is.
When you were assigned to District 5, can you explain what your general basic duties on a day-to-day basis were?
Sure, we responded to calls for service. We also conducted traffic, foot patrol at times. My partner and I were assigned to the tavern squad or the licensed premise squad. So we had some additional duties of monitoring gas stations and bars and things like that. We also responded to help out with medical emergencies and things like that.
Were you working in that capacity on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes,
Who was your partner that day?
my partner was James Terrell.
Were you asked to do a welfare check at the address that I mentioned before, 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes.
Can you describe what information you received going into that assignment?
So my partner and I had actually been in District 7 conducting a specialized patrol that night. I noticed looking at our CAD system, our call system where our calls come in and we can visually see information regarding those calls. I noticed a call, a welfare check for the address 1858 West Commerce, or North Commerce, excuse me. And upon clicking on that call, it was noted that there had been a suspicious vehicle fire where the owner of the vehicle had tried to be located but hadn't been found earlier on in that day. And it was requested again that officers go back to her apartment and try to locate her.
Did you have a name associated with either that suspicious vehicle fire at that point?
Yes,
What was that?
Sade Robinson.
Approximately what time did you and Officer Terrell make your way to that location?
Our shift ends at 3 a.m., but we went at about 4 o'clock, maybe 3:45.
And what did you do once there?
So prior to getting there, we actually made contact with the maintenance man who lives in the building. And once we were there, he let us in and escorted us up to her apartment.
Do you remember his name?
Yes,
What was it?
Eddie Feliciano.
Then what happened?
He provided us access to the apartment. My partner and I just looked around to see if she was there or if anything seemed out of place or suspicious.
Was anyone present inside the apartment?
No,
What apartment was it?
309.
Describe the general layout and your observations of the apartment.
It was a studio apartment. When you first enter, there's a bathroom to your left. There's a larger closet to your right. And as you move into the apartment more, there's a kitchenette to your left. And then in front of you is all big open space, a studio.
Did it appear to be lived in, like somebody was living there? Describe sort of the contents of the apartment.
It actually just reminded me of a college student's apartment. So it was a little messy, but to be expected for someone who's younger. She had a bed. There was a small day bed that was not pulled out, like a trundle, but all tucked in like a couch. And there were lots of purses and clothes, and normal for a college girl.
And you're referencing somebody younger, somebody that could be in college. Did you know Sade's age at the time that you went to do the welfare check?
Yes, so in our call systems, when they give a name, usually there's a date of birth attached to it, or we can also look in our records and try to figure out how old that person is.
And do you recall what her age was?
I remember early 20s, or not even 21. I think she was 19.
When you're in the apartment doing a welfare check like this, are you looking for signs, in addition to looking for someone, are you looking for signs of a struggle or information about what might have happened to that person?
Yes, as well as identifiers.
Did you locate anything of note that would lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
And did you find any identification?
Yes.
What kind of identification?
I found a Wisconsin ID in a purse.
So nothing suspicious in the apartment at all to lead you to believe that something had happened to her?
No.
Then what happened?
While I located the identifier, my partner did talk to Mr. Feliciano, and once we were done, we left the apartment. My partner and I made note of a few of the surveillance cameras in that building, and then we left and went back to our district and reported to our lieutenant on our findings.
Were you able to access the surveillance cameras at that time?
No, we were not.
How come?
Mr. Feliciano does work in the building. However, he is not office staff. He didn't at the time at least have access to the tenant's files or information.
Where did you take note of the location of those surveillance cameras?
There was one camera in the elevator area, I believe when you got off the elevator on her floor, on the 3rd floor. And then on the 1st floor, before you, well, I'm going to start from the outside, actually. So when you first come into the apartment building, there's a camera. As you're walking down the hall, there's another camera. We didn't make it all the way down the hall that cuts off to that elevator area to go up to the 3rd floor. You could see a camera at the end of the hall on the ceiling. And then in the elevator area, there was a camera. So the elevators are visible.
Did you take note of where the resident parking was? Was there a parking lot associated with this building?
Yes.
Where was that?
Right in front of the main entrance. It's a large apartment building.
And that would be,
parking lot, excuse me.
would that be on Commerce Street?
On Commerce Street, yes.
What did you do after taking note of the video camera locations?
Like I said, we went back to our district and then informed our lieutenant of our findings.
At some point, did you learn about a human leg having been found at Warnemont Park?
Objection, hearsay.
I don't think that question calls for hearsay. I will allow the question. Go on. You can answer it.
Okay, I actually did learn about a leg being found there, and I found that out prior to the start of my shift, actually. It was in the news.
Okay, so prior to your shift on April 2nd,
Yes.
at some point, did you connect the welfare check that you had done at Sade's apartment with the human leg.
Or just a funny feeling when I clicked call, I saw and on Sade, and then one of her friends called in a welfare check for that Commerce address. We didn't locate her. She's a young girl. She didn't have any history, I don't believe, criminal history in our systems. And after talking with the maintenance man about how she was excited for a date, I felt uncomfortable being a woman who dates or has dated.
Objection,
For her
relevance,
safety.
relevance to wherever she's going with this, Your Honor. Unresponsive.
I can
I
ask
will
a
sustain that objection. I would ask you to re-ask the question.
lay your welfare check at Sade's apartment to the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department
Yes,
and specifically to Detective Donner.
yes,
I have nothing further.
Cross.
Thank you. So you went to Sade's apartment.
yes,
You said it was messy,
yes,
stuff everywhere.
yes.
Okay, just one room with stuff just scattered all over the place.
No, I would consider that more ransacked. The
Okay.
messy is, maybe she didn't put all of her clothes away.
So there's clothes just laying out all over the place?
There were some clothes on the bed in her day bed, yes.
Okay, in a purse just sitting there on a couch.
She had a lot of purses, actually.
Oh, and one of them
But
had
they were
her
out.
ID in it.
Yes,
So her purse is in her apartment with her ID.
well, she had multiple purses.
Okay, one of those purses had her ID in it in her apartment.
It had an ID.
Was this a real ID or a fake ID?
It looked to be a real ID, but I can't recall if it was expired, maybe.
Hmm. Did you take pictures?
No, but I did have my body cam activated.
Great, and Sade wasn't there, right?
No, she was not.
That's all.
State.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective.
All right, thank you.
State your next witness.
Nicholas Crop.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
John, check this out.
So much for security around here. Seriously.
Nicholas Kropp, NiChoLASKROPP.
How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Milwaukee.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Milwaukee?
Going on 13 years now.
Were you working back on April 3rd, 2024?
Yes.
What was your shift that day, and did you have a partner?
Yes, I had a partner. It was Markel McKinley, MARKEL MCKINLEY. And we were working day shift, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. that day.
On that day, were you assigned to conduct an investigation into a possible missing person?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided the name of Sade Robinson for that person?
Yes.
And on that date, did you look up any information before conducting follow-up, going out and conducting follow-up?
Yes, we primarily review the reports from the prior shifts when a missing has been filed to see what has been done and what needs to still be done and continue along the same lines of the investigation.
So basically, at the start of your shift, you get up to speed and then you decide what you're going to do next?
Correct.
What did you do?
After reviewing the reports, we went to Ms. Robinson's apartment to do another check just to make sure she had not returned to the apartment. And try to see if there was anything that would provide further investigative leads within the apartment at that time.
The apartment you're referring to was that apartment 309 at 1858 North Commerce Street?
Yes, it is.
Did you meet someone from another department there?
Yes, there were members of the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department.
Did you make contact with the property manager?
Yes,
Do you recall her name?
it was Christine. I don't recall her last name.
When you made contact with Christine, did you also speak over the phone to someone else who worked at the apartment complex?
Yes,
And did you gather basic information about Sade that the apartment had?
yes,
Did that include a kind of vehicle that she had registered to the apartment?
yes, it did.
What was that vehicle?
I believe it was a Honda Accord. I don't recall the license plate.
All right, you don't recall the license plate?
I do not.
If I showed you a copy of your report, would that maybe help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
Just gonna have you read right here silently to yourself and then tell me when you're done.
Okay.
Do you recall what kind of car that was listed as Sade?
It was a Honda Accord with the Wisconsin registration plate ASP 1171.
Honda Accord or Honda Civic?
I'll stipulate it's a Civic.
Honda Civic. I'm sorry.
Okay. ASP 1171?
Yes.
All right. After getting that information, did you go to her apartment
Yes.
and did you look around inside?
Yes.
Did you find her?
We did not.
Did you find an ID card for her?
I believe we did find an ID card, yes.
Did you find a cell phone?
I don't believe we found a cell phone.
After checking her apartment and not finding her, did you subsequently try to see if you could access the surveillance video from the 1858 North Commerce Street building?
We did. My partner primarily did more of the surveillance video, but I did view parts of it, yes.
Okay. So the cameras were functional.
Correct.
And do you recall what, if anything, you saw on those cameras?
There were cameras that showed portions of the parking lot and the entry and exit to the apartment building. And there was a portion of the video that did show Ms. Robinson leaving the apartment.
After checking her apartment, did you return to your district station?
Yes.
In the subsequent days, did you conduct additional follow-up investigation related to Ms. Robinson being missing?
Yes.
On April 6th, did you go to the area of the south side of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about what brought you there. Why is it that you went to that location?
During a portion of the missing investigations, one of the things that I tend to do is file exigent requests with social media companies, phone companies, and things like that, which can often provide locations associated with either the device or the account. One of the ones that was performed was a request with Verizon. There was one through Facebook, through Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook and Instagram. And through those requests, we were able to determine approximate last locations of connections from the phone number associated with Ms. Robinson, as well as the Facebook account and some Gmail and Apple accounts as well.
On April 6th, where did that information exactly lead you to go?
The Verizon return indicated that it was in the area of South Kinnickinnick, in, I believe, on the border of St. Francis.
Okay. Was there, where did the information come that led you to the south side of Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee?
We searched a significant number of locations. Is there a specific?
Did you search the area of like Alverno College?
Yes.
Okay. Jackson Park?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been entered into evidence as Exhibit 443. It's going to come up on the screen to your right. I don't know if you can see that, or if I need to move it, I can.
Yeah, I cannot see that.
Now it's on. You want me to turn it?
Yes, please.
You able to see that?
Yes.
All right. On Exhibit 443, we're looking at a portion of the city of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes.
In the middle here, the street going across is West Oklahoma Avenue, correct?
Correct.
The main street to the south would be Morgan Avenue,
Correct.
and that's where Alverno College is, and we got 43rd Street right here, correct?
Correct.
So did you search the area of Alverno College?
Yes.
And what areas did you search and what did you find, if anything?
We searched an area along the entry to Alverno College. We did not find anything there. And I believe that search was based off of points off of an app provided by a friend.
Okay, so you would have gotten that information as it was briefed to you, as it was provided to other members of law enforcement?
Correct.
Understood. Then you also, did you indicate you searched the area of Jackson Park?
We did search the area of Jackson Park.
What did you do there?
I believe most of these points, where the points shifted, it was in the area of waterways, which was consistent with other information that we've been given prior. So we did search most of the marshy areas and kind of wetland areas near a lot of the watery, the waterways and such.
Did you find anything in either of those locations?
We did not.
And lastly, before I move on, in the middle of this, right here would be 39th Street, correct?
Correct.
Okay. This street here is Euclid, fair?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been basically right in the middle of the two places that you were looking.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. You had also mentioned searching the area of South Kinnick near, or in St. Francis, correct?
Yes.
So I'm shifting the map over here and gonna zoom in. This street here that my mouse is on, that would be South Kinnick Ave.
Correct.
All right, and to the north, we've got Howard Avenue.
Yes.
Are you aware if the St. Francis Police Department is on Howard Avenue here?
I am not, but I will take your word for it.
Okay. And then on the bottom here, we've got Layton, correct?
Yes.
Is this about the area you searched in St. Francis?
I believe that's the general area, yes.
All right, what did you search in St. Francis?
So the point that was provided to us from Verizon was a cell phone tower. It gave a specific address and the return indicated that it was approximately 1/3 mile, I believe it was southeast of that location. So my partner and I went to the area of that tower and conducted a search of the area. In the general area, approximately 1/3 of a mile from where that tower was located. The area included some railroad, a dead-end street that abutted the railroad, as well as a power substation, a metal recycling plant, and I believe a steel drum facility.
The information that brought you there came from Verizon, you said?
Correct.
And so Verizon provided you with the location of a cell tower that her phone had connected to?
Yes, that was the last location that the phone had connected to, per the information we got from Verizon.
So essentially, you were using the location of that tower to try to search around that area for her anything, right?
Correct.
Did you find anything?
We did not.
Did you also check an area near Grant Park in South Milwaukee?
Yes.
And if I move the map down south here, we've got College Avenue is this street here where my mouse is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and then Grant Park would be this park that I'm kind of circling here, right?
Correct.
And then if you go just north of that, you have Warnemont Park.
Yes.
Okay. What part of Grant Park did you search, and tell us what you found, if anything?
The day that we went to Grant Park, we were searching for, again, points that were obtained from one of those requests. And the areas that we searched included a lagoon, the South Milwaukee Lagoon, which is in that park. There's also a downstream portion near the lagoon where there's a river, and there were a handful of people that were fishing that day that we asked if they had seen anything out of the ordinary, and they indicated they had not.
This was all done on April 7th?
Correct.
I am a high school dropout. I dropped out at 16. I
Want to move ahead to, did you also have information through the records you were requesting that the phone had potentially traveled into the River West area of Milwaukee?
I believe that information came from the app provided by a friend as well, but there were points along Humboldt Boulevard from approximately North Avenue to Capitol, I believe. And Humboldt, again, in that area is fairly close to a river, which was kind of consistent with the waterway portion of the investigation that we had been investigating.
All right, and I've moved the map here. Is this the area on the screen that you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
At the top here, we've got Capitol Drive. Is this the street that's going across the top?
Correct.
And then right about the middle of the screen here, we would have Humboldt Boulevard.
Correct.
There's a number of parks in this area that seem to border the Milwaukee River, fair?
Yes.
One of those is Pleasant Valley Park here.
Correct.
All right. And if I go down, there's Gordon Park.
Yes.
Are there others that you searched?
We didn't necessarily define it by which parks we searched. It was kind of just the area between the roadway and the waterway. So it would be, I guess it would include Hubbard Park as well, as we went kind of all the way up to Capitol.
Okay. So when you say you went from the river to the roadway, are you talking about the roadway Humboldt?
Yes. And there are some other side roads, portions of it that extend to the east from Humboldt that get a little bit closer to the waterway. So we would have gone from whatever the closest road was down to the waterway at that point.
And again, you're doing this with your partner?
Correct.
Okay. That day, did you find anything?
We did not.
Do you recall how far south from Capitol Drive that you were searching?
I believe we ended around North Avenue.
Okay, so we've got Capitol Drive at the top here. Here's Humboldt, and the river goes south. This is Locust, right?
Correct.
All right. And then all the way down here, North Avenue.
Correct.
Okay, so that stretch of river, that's what you were focused on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
As well as the streets between Humboldt and the river?
Correct.
Anything found of note?
No.
Did you participate in any searches of Warnemont Park?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I'm also a member of the Milwaukee Police Underwater Investigations Unit. That is our dive team. We did respond out to Warnemont Park. I believe it was about a week later to attempt dive operations in trying to locate any evidence of the missing or homicide that may have occurred.
Would April 15th sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. How many people were on the dive team that went out with you?
I don't recall the exact number. I believe we are at about 12 to 15 people, but not everybody was there that day.
And what area of the shoreline did you search? Can you describe that?
There is a kind of almost hidden beach that is at the end of a pathway that goes down to a waterworks area. We searched nearly half a mile of shoreline. I believe it was slightly less than that, but it was kind of the fairly accessible area if you had gone down that entry to the waterway, or I'm sorry, the waterworks facility.
That would have been the City of Cudahy pump station?
Correct.
Okay. And you went there, I assume, because that's where you had known the leg had been found?
That's correct.
Anything found?
No.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross?
Yeah, just briefly, Judge. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
So you just testified about kind of your role in the investigation. The first thing you zeroed in on was her location data from, was it Verizon?
That was one of them, yes.
And that's why you explained that you had searched all those various parks along the river, correct?
I believe the parks were all from the app provided by a friend, but that was one of the set of data points that was involved in the investigation.
And you're searching with your partner, correct?
Yes,
And are you two on foot or on bikes or what?
we were on foot.
And so are you searching through, is it like wooded areas as well and like open fields, or what's the, I guess, the geographical, what does it look like?
Yes, most of the areas that we had walked through that were adjacent to the river were marshy and wooded areas. We did perform searches of that general area on multiple days, and noted that one of the days the water had receded significantly, so there was parts of the shoreline that were exposed on the second date that were not previously, so we searched it again on a day where the water level was lower as well.
Okay, and your area that you're searching is confined to just how far away from the river?
It depended on the area. There were some areas where it was pretty narrow to the river, where there would be, a steep hill or something, for an example, where the search would not have gone as far from the river. There were other areas where it was kind of a larger, flatter area, which kept us, farther from the river, or made the area larger and spanned farther from the river.
Okay, and about how many hours did you spend searching the river area?
It would have been the majority of at least 2 shifts, so probably 16 plus hours, I would imagine.
And did it encompass 2 different days?
Yes,
And during those searches of the Riverwalk, you didn't find any evidence of anything of evidentiary value?
correct.
You didn't find like a knife,
No,
a saw, any weapons?
no,
You didn't find any clothing?
not that seemed relevant to the investigation, no.
And during your search of these areas, do you search any residential areas, any residential neighborhoods?
The areas that were generally close, we would walk closer to some of the houses. I don't know that I would say that we searched through the residential areas.
Did you search around where Max Anderson's residence is?
I did not.
Okay. And you said so April 6th was the search of all around the Riverway, correct?
I believe that was,
And then April 7th was when you went to Grant Park.
that sounds correct, yes.
And that's, and then that's where you were looking through the lagoon and through the stream.
Correct,
And you didn't find any evidence at Grant Park, correct?
correct.
And then About a little over a week later, April 15th, you participate in some dive operations at Warnermont.
Yes.
And I assume this dive unit, it's several different officers, or is it just you?
No, it's several officers.
Okay, and is you hooked up like to kind of like scuba tanks, or what is it like?
It depends on the situation. I believe in that one, we did not have scuba tanks on because it was very shallow in the area that we were searching. So in order to put all of the equipment on that we would for a deeper dive, it wouldn't have been necessary for that particular operation.
Okay, and then how far away from the coastline are you in the water?
We did make multiple passes, so that was varied. Each pass was different, so we covered more area. I believe if I had to estimate, probably 75 feet out would have been the maximum that we went out on that date.
Okay, and is it like a line of dive unit officers searching in unison?
Yes.
Okay, and this area that the water, inside of the water, is it like rocky or is it sandy?
There were portions of it that were sandy, but the majority of it were larger rocks.
Okay, and the reason that you're searching that area is because you said that's the area where the leg was found.
Correct.
And you didn't locate any instruments like a knife or an axe or anything like that.
No.
And you didn't find any bones or any flesh or anything like that.
No.
I have nothing further.
State,
Nothing else.
thank you. State, your next witness.
State calls Evelyn Gertz.
Ma'am, I'm gonna actually have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. People, please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Evelyn Gertz,
Could you spell your name, Ms. Gertz?
EVELYNGEURTS.
Did you know Sade Robinson?
Yes,
How did you know her?
she was my friend
How long had you known her?
for about a year.
In addition to being friends, did you also work together?
Yes,
Where did you work?
at the Wisconsin Club.
What's the Wisconsin Club?
It's a membership club. People have dinner there. There's events there. I was a banquet server with her.
So a waitress?
Yes,
Okay. How long had you and Sade worked at the Wisconsin Club together?
for almost a year.
In addition to working together, did you socialize outside work?
Yes.
Can you describe some of what you would do for fun?
Sometimes she would just come over to my house. A lot of the times we would just work on homework together, stuff like that. One time I went to a work event with her at Pizza Shuttle.
Were you also aware that she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yes,
So in addition to the Wisconsin Club, she was working at Pizza Shuttle?
Yeah.
You described that you would do homework together. Were you both students?
yes,
Where was Sade a student?
MHCC,
Do you know that what she was studying?
something with criminal justice.
John, check this out.
So much for security around here. Seriously,
Were you in school with her?
No.
Can you describe Sade's personality?
Very kind, very welcoming, very understanding, very strong, very smart, hardworking. Probably just the strongest, kindest, most charismatic person I've ever met.
This is hard for you today.
Yes.
In addition to being friends and coworkers, did Sade also share location information with you?
Yes.
Can you describe how that was shared?
Through Find My iPhone.
Was there something called 360?
I didn't have that with her.
Okay, but you're aware of what that is?
Yes.
Okay, so she shared her location information with you through Find My iPhone.
Yes.
Can you describe what that means, what that entails?
So on Apple iPhone, you can enable your location for other contacts, and I have done this with many of my friends just for overall safety. I do it with my family as well.
And what can you see when you share location information with someone?
You can do it for a short time, or you can share it for like indefinitely, and she just had shared it with me indefinitely, so you can see the pinpoint location of exactly where that person is when you look.
So if you were utilizing that app, you'd be able to see where someone was at any point in time.
Yes.
At some point on April 2nd, in those days surrounding April 2nd, did you learn that Sade was missing?
Yes.
And what did you do after learning that?
I just looked at my phone and looked at anything. Well, I remembered that she had shared her location, and so I looked at that right away.
And what did it show you?
Warrant Park, 4 a.m. And I think I had checked it the morning of the 3rd when I found out.
So at 4 a.m., her phone location information was at Warrant Park.
Yes, and so I knew that at that point her phone must have died or something, otherwise it would show her location at that time. When I had checked it, it would say this morning, right now at 9 a.m. or whatever it is, it's at this location, but it didn't say that, it said 4 a.m.
On what day?
The morning of the 3rd, I believe.
Is when you checked that application?
Yes, I think she was reported missing on the 2nd, and then I didn't know about it until the morning on the 3rd because one of my coworkers had sent me the missing report.
In your experience using the Find My iPhone app, if someone's phone goes off the network or goes dead, turns off, their location information, does it stop sharing?
Yeah, if someone's phone dies, it stops right at that time when it died. Usually, yes.
In your experience, would that person's last location prior to the phone dying still be shared with you, the user of that app?
I guess I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Okay, so if someone's...
I'm going to object on foundation grounds as well.
I'll sustain the objection, lay the foundation.
You use the Find My iPhone app yourself?
Yes.
How many people approximately do you think you've shared your location with?
Right now, I would say probably like 10 of my friends and family.
Is this something that you check on a regular basis?
Sometimes, I think more so my family and just sometimes my female friends. I think women, we're more so concerned about our safety, just in general, especially young women. So it's something that we have utilized for our safety.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
In your experience using the app, if someone's phone goes off the network or dies, does their last location still show up on your iPhone app, Find My iPhone app?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know the 4 a.m. at Warrant Park, you're unsure of what day that was 4 a.m. on, correct?
I believe it was the morning of the 3rd. I believe.
Further, thank you.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So you had been friends with Sade for about a year or so?
Yes,
Because you worked together at the Wisconsin Club?
yes,
And you also talked to the police, right?
yes,
You actually made a phone call to the Milwaukee Police Department on Thursday, April 4th, right?
so was the, I get the days mixed up because I have very poor memory from that time. So
Okay,
as soon as I had found out she was missing, that is when I called.
sure. Data is not that important. So as soon as you found out she was missing, you made a phone call to the police department and expressed your concern, right?
Yes,
Never met Maxwell Anderson, have you?
no,
And Sade didn't speak
No.
to you about Maxwell Anderson?
No.
Only person she spoke to you about was Josh Storts?
yes. That was
Man-
the person that she had told me most recently who she was speaking to.
Sure. And you were also aware of the fact that, well, you actually helped her set up dating profiles, right?
I did at one point, yes.
Tinder and something called Hinge.
Yeah,
That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, ma'am. State your next witness.
This goes with the cop.
Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Galat, Guillot.
You a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am, yes.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 9.5 years.
Did you participate into the investigation of a reported missing person, Sade Robinson?
I did, yes.
At some point early on in the investigation, did you come to learn that she lived at 1858 North Commerce Street
Yes,
in apartment 309?
that's correct, yes.
Did you ever personally go to that apartment complex?
I did, yes.
And did you become aware through your investigation that she had a job?
That is correct, yes.
She was reported missing on or about April 2nd, correct?
That is correct.
And where was the job she had last worked, to your knowledge, prior to being reported missing?
Ms. Robinson worked at Pizza Shuttle, which is an establishment on the east side of Milwaukee. I believe the actual address is 1827 North Farwell Avenue.
That's not very far from her apartment, fair to say?
Correct.
You could just go up Commerce Street East, hit Humboldt, and get there pretty easily, correct?
That is correct.
Did you go to Pizza Shuttle at any time to attempt to get video?
I did. When I went there, I spoke to a general manager and also obtained video from her last shift at Pizza Shuttle.
What was the name of the manager you talked to?
The gentleman's name was Philip Wilder.
You said you got video from her last shift. You were informed that her last shift was on April 1st. Is that fair?
That is correct, yes.
So the video footage you would have been collecting from Pizza Shuttle would have been from April 1st.
Correct.
Were you aware whether she showed up for work the following day?
She did not.
Okay, so no video from that day, just April 1st.
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up on screen here.
This is not my first career. It's basically
This is exhibit number 37. While that's coming up, were you also aware or made aware at any point of what kind of car Ms. Robinson had?
Yes, it was a Honda Civic. I'm not exactly sure what year the Civic was, though.
Okay. I've got exhibit 37 on screen. The video title is titled Cam 6 2024-41, timestamped 9/15/36 at the bottom. Are you good with that TV where it is? Okay, detective, what are we looking at?
We are looking at the, I guess you can call it a parking structure underneath the pizza shuttle. It's just parking. And again, that's underneath the actual restaurant itself.
And this is the video from Pizza Shuttle you recovered?
That's correct.
I'd move exhibit 37 in.
Any objection?
No.
37's received.
The layout of Pizza Shuttle, we've got this parking structure, which would be, or parking slab, if you will, on street level, right?
That's fair to say, yes.
And then when you would go out off to the left side of the screen here, that would be Farwell.
That's correct, yes.
There's a stairway that leads from Farwell up one floor that gets you into the restaurant.
That is correct, yes.
Out the back here, that's just an alley, right? Even though you can't see it because of the glare here.
Correct.
Okay. Off to the left here, what is this that I'm circling?
That's Sade Robinson's Honda Civic.
I'm going to play this clip. It's less than 2 minutes. What are the shape of her taillights?
It kind of resembles like the letter C. You can notice that specifically when the taillights are illuminated.
Is that her getting out?
That is correct, yes.
Nobody else gets out of the car?
Correct.
All right. And the direction she's walking would be to get to the staircase to go up to the restaurant.
Correct.
Stop that clip at 50 seconds. I'm next going to play camera 3 from the same timestamp. I'm going to advance the video to 50 seconds. Oh, sorry. I'm just going to use the fast forward here to get to 50 seconds. But while that's happening, Detective, this is essentially the staircase we were just talking about, right?
Correct. So essentially, you have the parking structure on the bottom. You walk out towards Farwell Avenue, and those staircases that you see to the left are essentially what you walk up to enter into Pizza Shuttle.
And this would be right after she left her car.
That is correct.
Are you able to tell or provide a description of her clothing?
Yes, Ms. Robinson's wearing what appears to be blue jeans. They appear to be having some kind of cuts in them. And then she has a black puffer jacket and then some type of white shirt.
All right. Sort of like a cable knit sweater?
Yes, that's correct.
What kind of coat?
I would classify that as like a black puffer jacket.
Shoes?
White in color.
And she's carrying a large purse, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So she arrives at work at around 9:16 in the morning.
Correct.
Lastly, I'm gonna go back to camera 6. This is camera 6 at 16:57:37 on April 1st, 2024. So this would be what?
Again, camera of the parking area of Pizza Shuttle. And that you can see currently, you can see Miss Robinson's Honda Civic.
What time is this at?
16:57.
So just before 5 p.m.?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
ReversePhone.com can help you see who's behind that number. Phone fraud is at an all-time high, and these scammers are only getting better.
Playing this clip, it's 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes. I'm gonna fast forward here. Appears she's sitting in her car. Fair?
Correct.
And now an employee coming. Clock just past 5 p.m., right?
Correct.
And her taillights come on. She's pulling out of the spot, correct?
That is correct.
Employee waving by to her.
Correct.
And that's the end of the clip.
That is correct.
So based on that, it looks like she showed up for her work shift sometime a little after 9 a.m. and left pretty much at 5 p.m.
That is correct, yes.
Is that consistent with information you received from meeting with that manager at Pizza Shuttle?
Correct, yes.
That's all.
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Officer Kiana Vines.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole
Workplace is shutting down, but no worries. Connect Team's all-in-one employee management app has everything you loved about Workplace and a whole lot more. With Connect,
truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kiana Vines, Keyona. Last name V as in Victor, Ines.
How are you employed?
I am employed with the Milwaukee Police Department as a police officer.
How long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
22 years.
Did you speak to someone named Evelyn Gertz on April 4th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And what did you speak to Ms. Gertz about?
She was telling me that her friend Sade Robinson was missing. She didn't know that she was missing. So she wanted to call and let the police department know that Sade shared her location with her via iPhone app.
Did Ms. Gertz tell you what day and the time and location she last saw Sade's location on that app?
Yes, she said it was April 2nd, 2024. at 4:33 a.m. at the address of 5400 South Lake Drive. And I believe that is Warner Miles Golf Course in Cudahy, Wisconsin.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Alana Fisher.
Anyone need a break on the jury? You're okay? Awesome.
What's the case number? Okay. Yes. One second. And I'm just gonna have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Okay, if you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Elena Fisher, ALANA FISHER.
Good morning. How old are you?
21.
Were you friends with Sade Robinson?
Yes.
How long had you known Sade Robinson?
Since 4th grade.
Were you two the same age?
Roundabout.
Okay. What school?
Craig Montessori.
How close of a friend did you consider Sade?
My best friend.
She was your best friend?
Yes.
What sort of things would you do with her?
Talk on the phone
Hang out with her?
when we can.
Okay. Did there come a time in April of 2024 where you contacted law enforcement because Sade was missing?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you came to find out that Sade was missing?
I was at work. I checked my phone. My cousin asked me if I was okay. I called her. And then she said that she saw something on social media about Sade went missing. And then that's how I found out.
This was around the beginning of April of 24, right?
I can't remember the exact date, but
Sure, fair enough. Do you recall how long prior to that you had last seen Sade in person?
I can't remember.
The last time you hung out?
Can't explicitly remember.
Okay. How about the last time you two talked before that?
Pretty recently over the phone.
On the phone?
Yes.
Do you remember what you talked about?
Not exactly.
Did you know that she had recently gone on a vacation prior to that?
Yes.
Where did you know that she went to?
If I remember, that's when she went to her Jamaica trip.
Okay. You found out about that from her directly?
Yes, we were on the phone when she was on the trip.
Had you talked to her from the time she got back from the trip up until the time she had gone missing?
Yes.
On the phone?
Yes.
When you found out, I think you said it was from your cousin that she was missing? Is that right?
Yes.
When you found out that information, what did you do?
I can't remember the exact timeline of events.
That's fine. I just want to know how you responded to learning that information.
I believe I called my partner to pick me up from work.
And did you eventually contact law enforcement?
Yes,
Did you meet with a detective and talk to him and share information with him?
not in person.
Not in person. Did you talk to one over the phone?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know what Life 360 is?
Yes,
What is Life 360?
it's an app for you and your family to keep track of locations, make sure that they arrive.
Did you have Life 360?
Yes,
Do you have Life 360 now?
yes,
Did you share your location with Sade?
yes,
Did Sade share her location over Life 360 with you?
yes,
When you found out that Sade was missing, did you ever check Life 360? Did you also have Find My Phone app?
yes,
Is that a similar kind of service?
yes, just through iPhone.
So one's through iPhone, the Find My app, and then there's a whole separate app, Life 360, right?
Yes,
You shared your location with her on both?
yes.
When you contacted law enforcement, what information did you want to provide them?
My last, with the apps, her last locations that I had on my phone.
And how did you provide that information to them? In person, on the phone, over email?
Screenshots over email.
Okay, I'm going to show you exhibit number 39. Yeah, that's fine. All right, I'm going to hand you exhibit 39. It's a stack of papers. Just looking at the very top. Do you recognize the first page?
Yes,
What is on the first page?
me contacting the person to say, hi, I have information.
This is an outgoing email from you to a detective?
Yes,
And the detective that you emailed, what was his name?
it looks to be Detective Brian.
Okay. I'm gonna move up a little bit here. About halfway through the packet, did you send another email?
Yes,
And was it to the same detective?
yes.
What was the content of both of these emails? What were you sending him?
Information related to her whereabouts that I had.
From those apps?
Yes.
Both of them or just one?
Well, I see the first one says Life 360 and Find My.
Okay,
Can I see the second?
sure.
It doesn't look like I explicitly said the two apps again.
To your recollection, what you attached to these emails, were those the screenshots you took for the jury based on what you're seeing on this screenshot?
It said that Sade was in a drive from that street to another street, and that's how long it took to get there.
Okay, you said that street to another street, there's a map on the screen, right?
Yes,
And there's this sort of line here, right?
yes.
What does that line mean to you when you're looking at this app?
That's the route she took.
Okay, and it would start at the white?
Sometimes I can't remember. It usually tells you.
You can go ahead to page 2 here. It says drive details, right?
Yes.
And where does it say that she drove to and at what time?
She drove to 1137 North Water Street at 6:30 and arrived at 6:35 p.m.
So basically a 6-minute drive, and on the previous page, that's the route she took.
Yes,
Fair to say? Even tells you the top speed, right?
yes,
38 miles per hour?
yes.
This would have been from April 1st, is that right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. We're gonna go to the next page here. You sent a screenshot of another drive, is that right?
Yes,
A little bit of a glare, I'm gonna see if I can find this. Does that make the route clearer?
yes.
What do you know
That she took another drive,
At what time?
9:06,
Ending at what time?
9:28.
If we go to the next page, does it indicate where she went from and where she went to?
Yes,
Can you read what times and where?
12:15 North Water Street at 9:06 to South 40th at 9:28.
Top speed was what?
69.
And if you go back to the previous page, are you familiar with the freeway systems in Milwaukee?
Not exactly.
All right. From looking at this, does it look like she used the freeway, or are you not able to tell?
I would assume she used the freeway, but
Why are you assuming that? What makes you think that?
the direct way to get from north to south side is usually that straight line.
Okay. Go to the next screenshot. This one kind of goes across 2 pages. So I'll actually start at the second page. What are the trip details telling us about?
That 8 a.m. to 3335 North Gordon Place at 1:38 a.m.
And that white dot where the beginning of the trip, the map, the cutoff piece of the map here at the top of the page, that white dot I'm pointing to right here, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Right under where it says Jackson Park. You see that?
yes.
Okay. Then going back to the previous page,
John, check this out.
So much for security around here.
that end point of the trip you see is up above the word locust here. Is that right?
Yes.
So that trip ended at 1:38 a.m. And then on the next one, did Life 360 notify of another trip?
Can you repeat that question?
What I have on the screen right now, is this another trip after the one we just talked about?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how life, like they wouldn't add. Do you mean like, can you repeat that?
Let's do it this way. This screenshot is one you sent, correct?
Yes.
What are we looking at here? What is this screenshot showing us? Showing you?
A trip,
All right. What time does it say that the trip began and ended?
2:01 to 2:53.
And that white dot is up here next to the word Shorewood, right?
Yes.
And then it kind of zigzags back and forth. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then goes down towards the bottom of the page, right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we go to the next page, we don't get much information here, but that line goes through kind of where it says Mitchell International Airport. See that, right?
Yes.
And then it goes up north again. Back to the previous page, you see at the bottom of the screen where the trip ends.
Cudahy?
Okay, that dot at the lower right side, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
And to reiterate, Life 360.
Yes.
Next screenshot. What does this screenshot mean to you?
That she was at that location from that time.
What is the time that's on that?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
Okay. that would just be the location details from the previous page, right?
Yes.
This is different. This isn't showing us a trip, right?
No.
It's showing us what?
The location she was at.
Okay. The next page. This one looks a little different. What are we looking at here?
The Find My app.
So the ones we were looking at before were like 360,
Yes.
and this is Find My.
Yes.
This icon right here, it's a photo of Sade, right?
Yes.
That's how it appears when you look, when you pull up the Find My app and search for someone.
Yes. It depends on if you have the contact photo for that person.
You have Sade's contact photo, I take it?
Yes.
And that's why it's showing up here.
Yes.
I'm gonna go to the next page. This is just a continuation off the previous page, but the bottom of your phone screenshot, what is it indicating about the location?
That she's at the Warrant golf course.
And does it have a time?
It just says at 4:33 a.m.
Does it say a day?
It just says yesterday.
It just says yesterday. But we know from your email, you sent this to Detective Conti on April 3rd, right?
Yes.
So that would have been April 2nd, 4:33 a.m. That's where Find My app was telling you Sade's phone. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This is the second email, right?
Yes.
And you sent a few more screenshots, right?
Yes.
What made you want to send more?
To provide whatever information I had.
Okay. The screenshot we're looking at here, at the bottom, it seems to have that same drive that we started off with, right?
Yes.
It also indicates that she made a 3-mile drive from 4:55 p.m. to 5:04, right?
Yes.
And if we go to the next page, we're moving ahead, 9:06 p.m. to 9:28. It even tells you phone usage, right?
Yes.
This time frame would talk about Sade's 9-mile drive that she made from those times.
Yes.
And the map, are you familiar with what part of town is on the map here?
Semi.
Okay, what part of town is it, in your own words?
Downtown East Side.
Do you recognize what this is? Okay, if you don't.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Said maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Maybe the Pfizer Forum.
Next page, just more details about that trip, right?
Yes.
Now we go back in time, 4:55 to 5:04 p.m. This Pfizer Forum again here?
Possibly.
Okay. She used her phone at some time according to this, right?
Yes.
What time?
5:01.
And the trip details from this, tell us what?
That she went from 1619 North Farwell Avenue at 4:55 p.m. to 598 West Canal at 5:04 p.m.
Top speed?
38.
Says hard braking 1.
Yes.
Do you know, are you familiar with the area of 1619 North Farwell Avenue?
I'm familiar with Farwell, but not the exact address number.
Okay, what part of Farwell are you familiar with?
Like I believe it's called like the Lower East Side.
you know Sade? Are you familiar with that area too?
Yes.
How come?
Her job,
What job?
pizza shuttle.
Next page. Just a screenshot from that trip, right?
Yes.
Next page. Part of that last page, right? Same screenshot.
Yes.
This just shows her hard braking at 458 near North Jackson Street, right?
Yes.
This last, or this screenshot that I have up here, is this Find My or is this Life 360?
Life 360.
Do you know Life 360 to be able to give you information about the battery life of someone's phone?
Yes.
Okay, why don't you tell us what we're looking at here? In your own words.
That she did a 29-mile trip from 2:01 to 2:53 a.m. That her battery was low. So what it shows is that low battery drive detection is disabled. So some of the features start to, and then that she was at 3335 North Gideon Place from 1:38 to 2:01. And then from 12:48 to 1:38, she did a 10-mile trip.
All right, if we go to the next page would show that 10-mile trip began near South 40th Street, correct?
Yes.
At 9:28.
Yes.
And in those trips, according to the screenshot, her phone's on low battery, right?
Yes.
Can you repeat what you said about, or explain what the app does when your phone is on low battery, from what you understand?
So when it's low battery, because I know it's a different subscription that you have to have that I don't have currently, but some features get disabled, most likely as like a battery saving feature.
Okay. And the last screenshot that you sent. Says Tuesday, near 5152 South Sheridan from what time?
3:24 a.m. to 4:35 a.m.
The bottom part of this, that was just a continuation from the last page, right?
Yes.
Real results. Zero hacks. Up to 20.
After that 4:35 a.m. location from Life 360, were there any future notifications for you from where her phone was through either app that you used?
No.
That was the last one?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Thank you. You knew Sade since fourth grade, you said, right?
Yes.
Best friend, right?
Yes.
And when you spoke with the police, it was your goal, obviously, to try to be helpful to the police, right?
Yes.
Because it's important to try to, for you, it was important to try to give information so the police could hopefully solve the crime, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you hadn't actually seen Sade since January. Would you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay, but you would text with her and communicate by phone, right?
yes.
When you say text, when you would text, are we talking just you pick up the phone and you send a text message, or are there other ways in which you texting means other things?
We just texted a phone message or might have sent a message through Instagram.
Okay, that was my question. The word text can mean sending a message. Well, DM, you could DM someone through Instagram, right?
Yes,
And you can communicate through Snapchat.
I didn't really use Snapchat.
Okay, you weren't friends with her on Snapchat?
I just personally don't use Snapchat.
Okay, were you and Sade back then in April of 2024? Were the two of you linked or connected on Snapchat?
I believe so. I just don't typically use the app, so.
Okay. Facebook is another way to message someone?
I don't use Facebook.
Okay. Now, because you were friends with Sade, you knew that she lived over on Commerce Street in that apartment building, right?
Yes,
And you had been over to her apartment, hadn't you?
yes.
Now, do you guys talk would you talk every day, or how often would you talk or text with Sade?
Relatively often.
Yeah, daily?
Sometimes daily, sometimes once a week, depends on how busy.
Okay. Okay, and this Life 360 app, when Sade could keep tabs on her whereabouts, isn't that the idea?
Yes,
Who else did she provide that access to?
I'm not sure.
Never told you.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so when you look at Life 360, when you open up the app, can you see all the different people with whom she's sharing her location?
No,
All it shows you is where she's going or where the phone is going, right?
yes,
Very good. So you don't know if it's any other people that she shares that with. All you know is that she shares it with you.
yes.
Okay. And you didn't know anything about Max Anderson, right?
No,
Had you ever gone to Victor's bar with Sade?
no,
So you'd never seen Max at Victor's?
no,
Didn't know he's a bartender?
no,
Sade never said anything about being scared of someone named Max?
no.
But Sade would talk to you about, because you're friends, Sade would talk to you about various dates she was going on and various men she was seeing, right?
Yes,
That's a common thing to talk about amongst friends, right? I met this guy, I met that guy, right?
yes,
This guy's creepy, this guy's weird, this guy's nice, this guy's mean, that type of stuff, right?
yes,
Nicknames that girls have for guys. I call this one, I call this one guy Nelly because he might look like Nelly, for example, right?
yes,
All right. And that's common, and you would discuss with her things like that on your end, right?
yes.
Okay. So the only thing I really wanted to go through. I just wanted to show you these records right here. Is this how you did it? Zoom it in, right? Okay. Thank you. This is Exhibit 39, Judge, for the record. And yeah, out just a little bit. Thank you. That's perfect. Yep. So again, what you were going through before were Life 360 screenshots that you had taken and then sent into the police to try to help them, right?
Yes,
And so, for example, and let me ask this. The night that Sade went missing, did you ever talk to her that night? Was she texting you about that evening, how it was going or anything like that?
no,
Or sending you Instagram messages, anything like that?
can't remember.
You can't remember. Okay. If she had been messaging you, you would have wanted to turn that over to the police because that would be important, right?
Yes,
All right. So what we have here, for example, is just a map of Sade's 2-mile drive, right? It says at the top, Sade's 2-mile drive, right?
Yes.
And shows the Menominee Valley, and then shows some place up off of Juneau Avenue. But it doesn't tell you, you didn't have any idea where specifically she was going, right?
No.
Did you know, for example, if she was going to the Twisted Fisherman, did you have any idea?
No.
And then when we see Sade's drive details, Clybourne Street to Water Street, you're familiar with Water Street, right?
Semi.
Hmm?
Semi.
Okay. Well, it's a street that has a lot of bars on it. You know that, right?
Yes.
And that was a place that Sade would go periodically, right?
Not sure.
And then here, I know the state went through this with you, but again, it shows a 9-mile drive from Water Street right down to 40th Street, right? Very precise. Doesn't it?
Yes.
And it even shows when you're looking at it in real time, it shows the starting location and the specific endpoint, right?
Yes.
And you didn't hold anything back from the police, right? You gave them every single thing that you had.
Yes.
And then the state was going through the reports with you, but there's a variety of places that Sade's Life 360 app showed her going that evening, right? There's numerous trips.
Yes.
We know about the last one where it ends at Warnemont Park, but before Warnemont Park, there's all sorts of Water Street to 40th Street, and then there's North Farwell to Canal Street. You've looked at all these, right?
Yes.
And in fact, even sometimes Life 360 shows, it even shows the speed that the vehicle was going, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it shows when phone usage is taking place.
Yes.
So it's providing, from as far as you know, it's providing data, information that you can look at to see if a person is safe, right?
Yes.
Is that the idea behind it, to make sure someone's safe?
Yes.
And this is very common, isn't it? Very common amongst the youngsters, young people. It's very common to share data, share their location, so others will know where they are, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's not a unique thing to Sade. That's something other friends of yours also do, right?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Briefly, do you recall whether you had a conversation with Sade about meeting someone the weekend before she went missing?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
I remember she sent me a screenshot related to some person who had her number and was saying some things that made her feel uncomfortable.
Okay. Do you remember her talking to you about a person she had met at the bar?
I can't remember the place, but I remember she met somebody.
Would that have been the weekend prior?
Like with the dates, I can't remember the exact dates. I just remember before this incident, she told me about some person who was.
That she met at a bar?
The bar part, I can't remember.
Okay, nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I only spend on Moto, America's social casino. Moto Casino adds new games and awards players free coins every single day. That's daily. If you're ready to go for the greens with me, grip it and spin it on Moto Casino.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone need a break at this point? It's 10:40. Okay, we're gonna take a bathroom break for like 10 minutes and then we'll bring you right back. Please leave your notebooks on your chairs.
the welfare checks and that sort of thing, but they did a search warrant of her apartment, and in doing so, recovered, I want to say it was a small amount of suspected THC and suspected pills, methamphetamine pills. The state would be objecting to that coming into evidence. It's something we've discussed in advance of this off the record, so we wanted to hash that out before we bring the jury back in.
Attorney Cotton?
Yes, I was asked before we came back just now if I intended to go into all the items that were found in Sade's apartment. I said yes. I wasn't, there'd never been a request to exclude anything. Just like I think the state plans to go through everything that's found in Max's home, even if I don't like it. So I plan to go into it. There was apparently a safe with 47 pills of, it's labeled in Detective Bjerke's report, 47 pills of meth. 18 grams of THC. I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to go through it.
State?
The drugs were never lab tested, which obviously we would be required to do if we were trying to put those into evidence and assert that they were drugs, real drugs. On top of that, as an offer of proof, there were no drugs found in her system, those specific substances. So I don't know how it's relevant. I would say it's not relevant.
Well, if I can respond first, I'll use the phrase suspected meth because it wasn't lab tested. So I think that solves that. Yes, that's true. There were no drugs found in her system. I think what you'll learn when you sit through this trial is the reason for that obviously has to do with more the dismemberment than anything else and the loss of blood. But in any event, she does live in a studio apartment. The testimony so far has been that she was the only resident of that apartment, and her ID was found in that place. So I don't think there's a real question about ownership here or another person possessing them. Again, I don't plan to make a big deal about it, but I do plan to discuss the things that were found in the apartment.
How do you find it relevant, other than just what was merely located?
I think the best argument for relevance is that it, Your Honor, obviously sat through a rotation in drug court. There is a tie between drugs and violence. We don't know who committed. Obviously, it's our position that Mr. Anderson didn't commit the crime. And I think that somebody who is involved in, I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that somebody who's involved in purchasing meth or suspected meth, whatever that is, that drug, could potentially expose themselves to bad elements in our community. It's not a legal drug. It's not something you can purchase at a store. That would obviously put her in contact with people who are illegal drug dealers. Those people often are armed and violent people. That's sort of common knowledge and something this court has presided over. Again, to be clear, I don't plan to go beyond that and inquire of witnesses who is her supplier, how did she get them. I don't have any knowledge of how she got them. I simply would know that a person would get meth from an illegal source, a drug dealer, and that will create the possibility that Sade explanation for how she came to be missing.
Any response?
Just that, just to add one thing, that they're at their apartment and there's no, she leaves her apartment, she's not, so there's no evidence that she had any drugs with her either. So that would add to them being not relevant.
To tailor the evidence, it's always a concern. Relative to this matter, the first inquiry has to be relevance under 90401. The defense has indicated that the admission of the items could potentially be part of the defense that they intend or anticipate arguing. Based on that, I think it's a concern to preclude the defense from having the ability to move forward with their defense. And I'm going to find under 90401, it's relevant. As to admissibility, the state has already introduced evidence through other witnesses that there were at least 2 searches already conducted prior to the search warrant, if not more. there's already been evidence relative to the fact that the apartment contained her identification, that it was a studio apartment, that it was messy but not apparently ransacked, that clearly at this point in time, that evidence is admissible. The last analysis has to be under 90403, a balancing of probative value versus prejudice. And defense is right. I mean, if those drugs are found at Mr. Anderson's house and we hear that, I'm going to allow admissibility for the state to introduce that information as to Mr. Anderson. So in all fairness, I'm going to allow the defense to introduce that relative to this matter, or the state if they so choose. I am finding that the probative value will outweigh the prejudice, and I am going to allow the admissibility of that information. Of course, the fact that the drugs were not tested, either the questioning can be, were these suspected drugs, or on cross or counter, it can be gone into that those drugs were never tested, and there is no proof as to specifically what it actually is. And I'll allow that to be done through the means of questioning. Okay, anything further?
No, thank you.
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we can bring the jury in at this point. Yes, please. Okay, we are still on the record with the same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state would recall Detective Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
It's Joseph Blanchard, Joseph, Blanchard, Blanchar.
Okay, Detective Blanchard, another role that you played in this investigation was to go to Sade's apartment building, is that right?
That's correct.
You first went to her apartment building on what date?
The first, when we found out, I believe, when we found out she was missing for the welfare check, I believe. I could be getting my dates wrong, I'm sorry.
It would be the day after she was reported missing?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have been April 3rd, right?
The 3rd.
Okay.
Apologize, yes.
When you went to her apartment building, did you speak to a woman named Christine Shuda?
I did.
Who is she?
She's the complex manager, individual who runs the residence there.
After speaking to Ms. Shuda, did she allow you to conduct a welfare check of Ms. Robinson's apartment?
She did.
Did you do that with people from the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
After conducting the welfare check, did you find Sade?
We did not.
Did you then attempt to retrieve video from the apartment?
Yes.
It's a large apartment building, right?
Yes,
And it borders North Commerce Street on the Lower East Side?
it does.
I have up on the screen here, I believe it's Exhibit 35. All right, is this the video you got from the Commerce Street Apartments, or one of them?
Yes, this is an angle, it looks like, from one of the videos.
I'd move it 35 in.
Any objection?
No.
35 is received.
What are we looking at?
This looks like the lobby with elevator access to Sade's apartment.
All right. And now this isn't the only camera you got, right?
That's correct, there's more.
What other cameras did you look at?
There's a lobby exit, it's basically the front of the building, and then a northern view parking lot of where all the residents' vehicles are parked.
Did you come to learn from Miss Shuda or anybody else who worked for the apartment building whether Sade had a parking spot in the lot?
She did have a parking spot.
I take it that you also came to learn that she had a vehicle registered to that parking spot.
That's correct.
Was that a 2020 dark blue Honda Civic?
It was.
The video you got, did you attempt to obtain video from when she left the apartment that day?
Yes.
Is that what we're about to see here?
Yes, I can't see the numbers. It looks like it's
Very
yeah.
small up in the corner. I can zoom in briefly.
I believe it's roughly 9 o'clock.
Oh, I guess I can't zoom in on that. Zoom back out. Are you able to see it now?
Yeah.
What is the date and time stamp on there?
This is April 1st, 2025, and roughly 9 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning?
I believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
The 1st of April, and this is 0900 hours.
Playing that clip. And that's Sade leaving?
That is.
Workplace is shutting down, but no worries. Connect Team's all-in-one employee management app has everything you loved about Workplace and a whole lot more. With
White top, looks like ripped jeans and white shoes.
That's correct.
She carrying anything in her hands?
It's like her cell phone and keys in her left hand.
How about her right?
Her right, it looks like it's got a, she's got a shoulder bag, looks to be darker color. Bigger than a purse, but a type of bag.
All right. That was the clip titled Robinson Leaving Lobby. And the next clip is Robinson Leaving Lobby Exit. Now this clip, the time and date stamp is basically just picks up where the last clip left off, correct?
That's correct.
Off to the left side of the screen here where my mouse is that where that elevator would be?
Yes, with a short hallway to what we are now viewing.
Playing this clip. It's 11 seconds long. And what does it show?
Shows her exiting the front of the complex.
That would be the exit out towards Commerce Street, correct?
That's correct.
The next clip is titled Robinson Leaving Lot. All right. This clip is about 2 minutes long. What are we looking at? Can you orient us?
Yes, this is a northeast facing camera system, and you can see Sade just in front of that black, I believe it's SUV, and walking north towards Commerce Street is going to be in the upper portion of the video screen.
All right, so we got the parking lot, obviously, the street at the top here, that's Commerce Street.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know where Sade's parking spot is?
Yes, it's right in the middle of the frame. I kind of point to it here.
Yes, please. Right about here. Okay, and in fact, there's kind of a reddish car there. It's actually the one behind that. It's kind of blocked by the camera, right?
Yes, it is.
This over here, this street, Commerce Street, kind of travels northeast, right?
Yes, it does.
This bridge over here, that would be the Holton Street Bridge, right?
It is.
What business or building is on the right side of the screen if you kept going up that street?
Water Street Brewery, I believe, or one of the breweries to the right. Yes.
Okay.
I'm unfamiliar which one. I'm sorry.
All right, and then this individual here,
That is Ms. Robinson.
this timestamp, really hard to read, April 1, 2024, 9:00:44.
Yes.
play this clip. Does skip in the middle. But what are we seeing here, Detective?
She is currently walking north to her vehicle through the, looks like the center of the lot.
This would pick up right after the last clip that we watched her walking out the front, correct?
That is correct.
Now it's froze. What's happening now?
So she's entered her vehicle and now it's making a partial U-turn to go to the exit of the lot, which is north on Commerce Street.
What happened now?
Now she's making a east turn through the, out of the parking lot and onto Commerce Street, heading eastbound.
Are you familiar with where Pizza Shuttle is?
Yes,
Would that be the logical turn you would make if you were on your way to go work at Pizza Shuttle?
that would, yes, be.
All right, I paused that clip at 1:29. So it appears from those clips, she left her house somewhere right at around the 9 a.m. hour, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you then also obtain camera footage from a different camera we haven't seen yet to try to discern whether or not Miss Robinson returns to the home or to the apartment?
I did.
Can you describe the information you had and what segment of footage you sought out from these apartments to do that?
It was the nighttime hours and trying to ascertain whether or not she came back to her apartment at the time of 1 to 8, 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning.
Why did you pick the time period of 1 a.m. to 8 in the morning?
From other records that we disseminated, that was the time that, she should have been home, or, something that we went off of. Maybe she would return to the apartment.
So based on records you had, you thought the period of
I am a high school dropout. I dropped out at 16. I went and got my GED in my early 20s. So I just didn't really have direction. And I had a coworker at the time at my coffee shop say, hey, there's this school that my friend told me about, and I know you're kind of up in the air with what you want to do.
after 1 a.m. would have been the time that her phone kind of traveled back towards the area of commerce. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe that's what you're asking. I apologize if I didn't understand that correctly.
I'm going to bring up the last clip. It's titled N_lot, and then some numbers. Okay. Detective, we're looking at the same parking lot, correct?
Yes, we are.
Just a different angle?
That's correct.
And if we're orienting ourselves to Sade's parking spot, her spot would be somewhere right around here, correct?
Yes,
And then, so this street at the top, that's Commerce,
that is still Commerce, yes.
and this bridge-looking thing over here is that same bridge we could see in the daytime video?
Mason Street, yes, correct.
This video picks up at 1 o'clock, and if you look down on the timestamp here, it says it's 5 hours long, but you said this is a clip from 1 to 8?
I think that it should be near that, and that the video is compressed different. I'm not sure why the time is different.
Does the video speed up at times?
I don't know if it does. It might have a motion sensor thing, kind of like that. Sometimes those are part of the camera system.
All right. So what time period of video did you review? From 1 a.m. to when?
1 to 8, I believe. Is that what it is?
And that's what this is?
Yes.
At any point in time, through reviewing that video, does Sade Robinson's car return to her parking spot?
It does not.
I'm going to play just a brief clip. Actually, before I do that, the timestamp on the video from this camera, do you know whether it's accurate or off by any amount?
It is behind, I believe, by just a couple minutes.
Okay, just a couple minutes behind?
Yes.
But generally showing around what we see here to be the 1 a.m. hour.
Yes, that's correct.
Play the start of this video. And I'm going to play it kind of in fast forward here. It's 3 times sped up. Going to 4 times. There's a car driving by, right?
Correct.
Another car around 102.40, right? Do you want me to back up?
Oh, I could see the taillights on.
I'll go back to 102.20. You able to see that car?
Yep, on the left side there.
Going which way?
There was one on the left side of the screen.
Okay. Speeding back up. $104.30, what are we seeing? What do you see on the screen?
See a car traveling, would be eastbound on Commerce.
Then the camera speeds up right after that, right? Car doesn't stop in the lot?
It does not.
I'm going to speed back up to 4 times.
Looks to be another vehicle traveling eastbound.
106.50, fair?
Yes. Looks like 2 more vehicles passed by.
108, fair?
Yes. One more. 9.
109, okay. All right, and I'm going to stop it at 1:10:11 a.m. Again, this is a couple minutes behind, so this would be around what, like 1:12-ish, 1:13 or what?
Yes. Well, I went to 113. That would be accurate.
All right. And if I go all the way to the end,
This Memorial Day weekend, shop local and save big at Kohl's. Save 60% on furniture and mattresses, plus take an additional 10% off. Shopping for appliances, take an extra 5% off kitchen and laundry appliances from all your favorite brands. We guarantee the best price. Kohl's exclusive Memorial Day weekend sale won't last long. Hurry in-store or shop online at Kohl's.com.
Step up to quality furniture. Get more for your money at Kohl's.
I've taken it to the 4-hour, 55-minute, 41-second mark of the clip. On the screen here, it's April 2nd at 7:44:53, correct?
Correct.
So this clip must, by that math, travel in fast increments at times, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what your testimony is here today is that you've reviewed all of this footage and her car never returns to that lot?
That is correct.
Nothing else?
Cross?
No.
Thank you. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Kayla Berkey.
swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Kayla, Kayla, last name Bierke, B as in boy, J as in John, ERKE.
How are you employed?
As a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
It's about 7.5 years.
How long have you been a detective?
About 2 or 3 years now.
Can you describe some of your general duties as a detective?
Follow up with any cases that may be assigned, help with other cases that are as assigned, and just be a support role with other detectives.
Judge, I think we could turn the lights on.
I think they're doing that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Were you working on April 3rd, 2024 in that capacity?
I was.
As part of your duties that day, did you participate in obtaining a search warrant and then executing it at the location of 1858 North Commerce Street, apartment 309?
I did.
Is that in the city and county of Milwaukee?
It is.
And a search warrant gives judicial authorization for law enforcement to go into a location and search it, correct?
Correct.
And you received that authority?
I believe Detective Donner got the warrant signed. I went to the residence to execute the warrant.
But law enforcement got a search warrant signed?
Yes.
Okay. What is at the address of 1858 North Commerce Street? And as you're saying that, can you describe how big that building is and what it consists of?
Yeah, it's a multi-story apartment unit building. It's near Lakefront Brewery. On the east side, it faces the rivers. The river's right behind the apartments. So it's easily a multi-floor apartment building.
Prior to going there on April 3rd, were you aware as to whether or not another law enforcement jurisdiction had been inside that apartment?
Yes.
Who was that and when?
I believe that was Milwaukee Police Department, and I believe it was the day prior.
And what, were you familiar with why they went there?
Yes, for searching for Sade Robinson.
Something that would be termed a welfare or a wellness check?
Correct.
Do you recall approximately what time you went there?
I believe it was mid-afternoon.
The reason why the Sheriff's Department obtained a search warrant and wanted to go search that apartment was what?
To look for like DNA, and then just to check the status of the apartment, see if we could find anything that would help locate her.
Okay. And you're talking, when you say her, who are you referring to?
Sade Robinson.
So you mentioned looking for DNA. Why was that important for you at this time?
So that we could use it for a comparison if we found anything of hers, such as we found the leg, so we could use that for comparison.
So at this point, is it fair to say that you were searching her apartment to aid law enforcement in the search for her?
Correct.
Can you describe her apartment?
Yeah, it was a studio apartment. So the bed, how it worked is you open the door, and right away to your left was a bathroom. The bathroom was quite large, had a shower, every toilet, everything like that. And then if you kept going forward, past the bathroom, on the left side was the kitchen. After the kitchen, it was a studio apartment. So the bed was right there on the right side wall, while the closets were on the other side. And then she had a couch that faced the windows, or that faced against the windows. And then you could see the river on the other side.
Can you describe how the apartment was furnished, what types of contents it contained, what types of personal items, just in general?
Yeah, anything personal you would say of like a 19-year-old girl. So all clothes, shoes. It had some Nintendo Switch games. It had food in it, bed in it. The closet was fully stacked with clothes. The bathroom was fully stocked with like hairbrushes, makeup accessories, everything like that.
Upon entry, was one of your goals to determine whether or not there had been a struggle or a forced break-in, anything of that nature?
Yes.
And did you make any of those determinations?
No, we determined that there was no force of anything, of like a break-in or anything like happening.
Did it appear that any struggle had occurred inside?
No.
And can you describe what you did in order to execute the search warrant?
So to execute a search warrant, we take photos. So when we start to take photos, we start on the exterior of the building. So I took pictures all around the building to make sure that you understood where our location was. And then that would include then going up to the floor, taking pictures outside the door, and then overalls of the rooms, just for everybody to understand what the room looked like, what was in the room, if anything was moved in the room or anything like that. So that's how we started off. And then we would start a search of the room.
So you document the apartment as is before you start searching?
Correct.
And did you locate anything in your search to indicate what had happened to Sade or where she was?
No.
And those are specific things that you were looking for?
Yes.
Okay, what did you find and what did you collect?
We did collect a toothbrush. We did locate and saw some like different credit cards and debit cards. We found a Nintendo Switch. We found just different cups and materials that we believe she could have drank out of. We just weren't sure if at any time she drank something that she wasn't supposed to, whatever it may be. So we collected a bunch of cups and other materials that would have her DNA on it.
Okay, so the toothbrush, were any other brushes recovered?
I believe one other brush we grabbed.
Toothbrush, other brushes, any, and then receptacles to drink out of. You're searching and recovering those for what purpose?
To collect, or we could use for that comparison DNA.
Because at this point you were aware that there was a human leg that had been recovered at Warnemont Park, correct?
Correct.
So were you recovering these things in an effort to try to connect her DNA to the DNA of that human leg?
Yes.
What else did you locate in the apartment?
We located a pink safe. We located, she had a TV in the apartment. We left all of that. And then anything that might have been valuable, so we weren't sure who had access to the apartment, we took out of the apartment.
What was inside the pink safe?
Inside the pink safe was, I believe she had some cash as well as she had some narcotics inside the pink safe.
And what do you refer to when you say narcotics?
I believe it was pills. I believe they came back as positive for meth, and then some THC. So that was it.
Okay, and THC is the active ingredient in marijuana, correct?
Correct.
And when you say come back positive for those two drugs, what does that mean?
You use a test to test the narcotics, and it's I can't remember the test for the meth, but for the marijuana was the Decoys-Levine test to test the marijuana.
Those are called presumptive field tests, correct?
Correct.
And were these ever sent out to the state crime lab for conclusive testing?
I'm unaware.
Was there anything to indicate how long those items had been inside the safe?
No.
Was the safe locked?
Yes.
You indicated that there were photographs taken, correct?
Correct.
Now, so the record is clear, we stipulate to all the photos being introduced into evidence, Your Honor.
What numbers are those?
They're 41 through 50.
I will receive into evidence 41 through 50 then.
Showing you exhibits 41 through 50. First of all, do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And can you identify what those are?
That's the 41 is the exterior of Sade's apartment building.
That's a photograph, correct?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits photographs?
Yes. Yeah, they are.
I'd ask that exhibits 41 through 50 be admitted and permitted to publish.
Already received and feel free.
Okay, this is exhibit number 41. What is that?
That's the exterior of Sade's apartment. So that would be like the front entrance to the apartment building.
Showing you exhibit 42. What is that?
That would be the door to her apartment.
Exhibit 43.
That was the bathroom right upon entry of the apartment. That was on the left-hand side.
So is that one of the first things that you see when you walk in?
Yes.
And anything, what was recovered out of that room?
That's where we were located, the toothbrushes and the other brushes.
What about exhibit number 44?
That was her kitchen. That was on the other side of the bathroom.
Exhibit number 45?
So if you turned around, if you were looking at the kitchen, if you turn around and look the other way, that was her closet next to her bed.
Okay, and so this is the end of the kitchen counter, correct?
Correct.
Where my pen was?
Yes.
And then this is her bed?
Yes.
Exhibit number 46?
That was her bed, and then you can just kind of see the end of her kitchen counter there.
Exhibit number 47?
That was, you can call it a makeshift living room with her couch and then TV.
Exhibit number 48?
That would be the toothbrush that we collected.
What did you ultimately do with that toothbrush?
I inventoried it and placed it into property, which was.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry. It was then taken to the state crime lab.
Okay. Exhibit number 50, what is that?
Wait, if you've taken Uber since 2019, this is the money glitch that's getting women properly compensated. Uber allegedly failed to properly screen drivers, putting you at risk. And now a landmark lawsuit is forcing them to pay victims of harassment and assault. This isn't just talk. Uber has already paid millions in previous settlements. CNN, Fortune, NPR, and major news outlets are covering this because it's following the exact same pattern as Boy Scouts of America and U.S. gymnastics cases, where victims received up to one.
That's her couch and her bed with all of her clothes on it.
And exhibit number 49, what is that?
In one of the drawers in the kitchen, she had a bunch of IDs located. So we took pictures of all the different IDs that were located.
One of those is for the Milwaukee Area Technical College, correct?
Yes.
And then right above it is what?
It looks like a probationary ID.
Based on your knowledge, what is a probationary ID?
Just means you're not 21 yet.
So that's a Wisconsin state issued ID.
Yes.
And does it specifically designate that the person is under 21 in some obvious way?
Yes.
Where?
The top left-hand corner, it says U21 and then probationary driver's license. And then it says age attained at the bottom.
And you found that where?
In her apartment, in one of the drawers.
So in theory, if one were to try to get into a bar with that ID, they should be denied, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm showing you in a minute, I'm going to show you something. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 40. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That's the toothbrush that we took from the residence.
How do you know?
I signed it. It says evidence collected by K. Bierke, evidence sealed by K. Bierke with my signature.
On that, that's an envelope that contains the toothbrush, right?
Correct.
On that envelope, are there other markings that are not from the sheriff's department?
Yep, there's one from on the side. It says R24-952, and I know that's from the crime lab.
I'd ask that exhibit number 40 be received.
Agreed.
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 It's received.
Cross?
Thank you. Were you the one who took the photographs of the apartment?
I believe so.
Okay, so just with your department issued camera, basically?
Yep.
And you talked initially this morning about one of the purposes of getting a search warrant was to look for DNA, right?
Correct.
And I'm sorry, you are a detective with the sheriff's department, right?
Correct.
And DNA evidence being an important tool that law enforcement can use in cases, right?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
And that's the reason that you said absolutely is because it can help you pinpoint one's identity, for example, right?
Correct.
And you've worked with DNA in your experience as a detective, right?
Yes, I have.
And the way in which we go about collecting DNA samples is to do swabbing.
Correct.
But you as the detective don't do the swabbing, you call in lab personnel, don't you, that go through and actually swab for it?
Depends. There's times I am trained as an evidence technician. I can do the swabbing. However, I did not swab any of these items.
Got it. But so either way, you specifically could choose to swab if you wanted to because of your training, or you could call in people to do that for you.
Correct.
And then that type of evidence, DNA evidence, when you're going through we can take down the photos. I don't need that up. When you're going through Miss Robinson's apartment, you're using your eyes to look for things that might contain DNA, right?
Correct.
Because you know that it can be shed from skin, for example,
Correct.
and it can come from saliva.
Yes.
One of the reasons you had, I don't know if it was one of the photos you looked at, but you had noted a glass, for example. We would like to test the rim of a glass because it might have one's DNA on it.
Yes.
And so that's crucial piece of evidence could help you link up, as I think you were saying, the leg that was located to Miss Robinson.
Correct.
But that wasn't the only reason you were searching the apartment. It's not just for DNA and identification purposes, is it?
Correct.
We also wanted to look at a pink safe you testified about.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, did you say the safe was locked?
Yes, it was.
So did you yourself open it?
I did not open it. One of my partners did open it.
In your presence?
Yes.
That's why in your report you documented the contents of it.
Correct.
Why did you not photograph the contents of the safe?
I don't recall if I did or did not photograph them.
You did prepare a police report, didn't you?
I did.
And in your police report, you identified, you tried to be thorough in your report, didn't you?
Yes.
And in your report, you did identify a description of everything that you found, right?
Correct.
And there were other things in the apartment of note that beyond just, well, there was a number of, we could see from the pictures, it was there was a lot of things in the apartment, I guess, for lack of a better expression, right?
Correct.
The closet was sort of piled up with stuff, and there was, I mean, we've all been 19 once, right?
Right.
Okay. So, but there's a lot of things to sort of look through and read through, right?
Correct.
And including mail and letters and notes and things like that.
Yeah.
But your partner opened the pink safe, and that's where the meth was located.
Correct.
Because you said on direct, I thought that it was a field test that was done that the department can use, right?
Correct.
Meaning that there's, and you wrote that in your report, didn't you, that there was methamphetamine recovered?
Correct.
And you described it as 47 pills of meth, right?
Correct.
Disposition sent to the property room,
Correct.
meaning that it gets recovered and taken into evidence, right?
Yes, it did.
What does meth mean?
Meth?
Yeah.
I just used the short term for methamphetamines.
But that's a street drug, right?
Correct.
And then 18 grams of THC, obviously marijuana is not able to be purchased lawfully either.
Correct.
And when we hear meth, they're pills though?
Correct.
Okay. Not something you'd smoke.
Not in that form, no.
And then the weed, that was just documented also, right?
Yes.
And then the various notes and letters and things like that are documented as well?
Correct.
$888 in cash inside the safe,
Yes,
and that's the same safe with the drugs.
yes.
That's all. Thank you.
State?
Was there anything else that was drug-related in the apartment that you located?
No.
And then the photos that you were shown as exhibits 41 through 50, those weren't all of the photos taken, correct?
No, it was not.
Exhibit number 49 again.
John, check this out.
So much for security around here. Seriously, what's this bullshit?
It is our new casino.
I'll show you what I think of your new casino. I only spin on Moto, America's social casino. You know, I've won a couple of majors. And on Moto, I've won majors, grands, and epic jackpots on their classic Vegas slots with huge, huge bonus rounds. Moto Casino adds new games and awards players free coins every single day. That's daily. Moto Casino, hands down, has the best VIP experience. Take it from one high roller to another. Hell yeah, these wins are piling up faster than my divorces. If you're ready to go for the greens with me, grip it and spin it on Moto Casino.
And focusing on the probationary license, are you aware of when that license would have expired?
I can look at it and see.
If you can, yes.
It's a bit blurry, but I believe it's 5/15 of 2025.
And that would correspond with Sade turning 21, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
No, nothing for us.
Thank you. You can step down. Okay, we have like 15 minutes left. Do you have a quicker witness?
Yes.
Awesome.
Captain Christian Hoos. Next to the TV.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Christian Hoos, CHRISTIAANHOOSE.
How are you employed?
With the City of Milwaukee Fire Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Milwaukee Fire Department?
27 years.
What's your current rank?
Captain.
How long have you been a captain?
13 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a captain with the fire department back on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, I was.
What was the shift that you worked on that day?
It was our blue shift.
What does that mean?
It's, we have 3 shifts, 24 hours. We work and then 48 off, 3 colors, red, blue, green.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the location of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue on the morning of April 2nd, 2024, shortly after 7:30 a.m.?
Yes.
Where is your fire station related to the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
We're about 2 blocks south.
Is that both of those locations, are they in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, they are.
You were 2 blocks south, so I take it didn't take you long to get there.
That's correct.
When you arrived on scene at 2928 West Lisbon Avenue, were you provided any information actually before you got there as to what was on fire?
I believe we were sent to a car fire.
And when you arrived there, what did you observe?
A car burning behind the building located at 30th and Lisbon.
Was there anybody around the car when you got there?
Not that I remember.
Can you describe what the fire looked like to you as far as where in the car or what part of the car?
I believe that the fire was in the passenger compartment where all the seats are located in the trunk area.
And did you and your fellow firefighters put the fire out?
Yes, we did.
Was the Milwaukee Police Department also sent to the scene?
Yes, I requested them because the fire appeared to be suspicious.
Based on that answer, I assume they weren't already there then? When you
I
got
don't
there?
recall that they were there right away, no.
What made the fire suspicious to you?
This address is a vacant building. It's no longer there. It's been demolished, and we had been using that building for training for a number of months prior to that. There's no reason for a car to be back there. Like, no one would park a vehicle back there normally. We've had instances in past where there are cars that were burned back there, and they were also, suspicious.
What kind of car was it?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you end up cutting into any parts of the vehicle?
As standard practice, we cut into the trunk to make sure that there is no hidden fire or there's no persons inside of there. We also open up the hood to overhaul that area to make sure all the fire is extinguished.
Once the fire was extinguished, did you sort of turn the scene over to the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
You said there was a vacant building at that spot that you've been using for training purposes.
Yes.
Right on the corner there. It was right on the corner of Lisbon Avenue. It was that two-story building, right?
Yes, the old Aces High Tavern. It was the northeast corner.
Yeah, and you were using it not to set on fire for training, but for entering and exiting a building, right?
Correct.
And then you said you've had other incidents in the past where cars were burned back there in that alley.
Yes.
So that's because you've responded to them, right?
Correct.
And those were suspicious, you said.
Yes.
Why is that alley being used on multiple occasions to burn cars? Do you have any idea?
I don't know.
Who's picking that particular alley in Milwaukee?
I don't.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, daddy's face is up here. Okay, there you go. All right, admit, no, too high, honey. There you go. Hey, nap time. So embarrassing.
Okay, how long have you been, when you say plural incidents, how many are you?
I can think of two recently, on either side of the date of this April 2nd.
Okay.
You can think of, we consider, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Finish your answer. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying we consider something suspicious if we don't have an owner there to say, this is my car. And there was no one there to do that. So we automatically call for the police for that.
You were saying like one before this incident in April of 2024 and one since then.
I believe, yes.
When you responded, were you it was a fire engine, obviously, right?
A fire engine and a ladder truck. I'm
And
on the ladder truck.
You said that the fire started on the passenger compartment of the vehicle?
The fire was involved in the passenger compartment. I don't know where the fire started.
Oh, involved, meaning that's where the majority of the
Yes,
the
yes,
fire is happening.
correct.
That's all.
State?
One thing, how did you put it out?
With a reduced hose line of water.
Could you describe the force of the water that comes out?
It's an 1 3/4 hand line that we use off of our engine. About 160 pounds of pressure comes out of there.
Significant amount of pressure then.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Defense?
Sorry, just one more thing. You did speak with law enforcement also, right? Because you called them in?
I believe so, yes.
And you remember that the trunk of the vehicle was open when you arrived?
If that's what I had told the officers, then yes, I do not recall it now, but
That the vehicle was unlocked?
yes,
You remember that?
I believe so, yes.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Captain.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 11:52. I think it's a good point to break for the morning. So again, the admonitions. Remember, don't do any investigation, don't do any discussions about this case, don't do any blogging, emailing, texting, don't talk to each other about the case, don't talk to any friends or family about the case. Put it out of your mind until you come back this afternoon. I have just a couple of matters to handle right at 1:30, so I'm thinking we're going to start back up at 1:45. If you could come back between 1:15 and 1:45, that would be wonderful. Again, I cannot start until all of you are present. And again, remember to wear your juror badges prominently so everyone knows who you are over the lunch hour. Okay? God bless you. Okay, leave your notebooks on your chairs. Have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back afterwards.
Do you have a car? And do you have a clean driving record? Did you know you could pay as low as $19 a month?
Going on the record, same appearances. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We are still on the state's case in chief. State, are you prepared with your next witness?
Yes, the state calls Officer Derek Kolb.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I'm Officer Derek Kolb, DEREK KOLB.
You a police officer with the City of Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been an officer?
Since August of 2023.
What district are you assigned to currently?
District 3.
Have you always been assigned to District 3?
Since the start of field training, yes.
What would be the geographical area that encompasses District 3?
It starts from the most northern part of Center Street, goes down to about St. Paul, Canal Street, and then various streets out west to about 106 to about 7th Street.
And you work patrol?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe your general daily duties?
Generally, we'll be patrolling around, taking calls for service, doing traffic stops, anything that dispatchers dispatch to on a daily basis. So any sort of calls that we need on the day.
The calls for service come from a dispatch center from the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Were you working on the morning of April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Were you alone or did you have a partner?
I was with a partner that day.
What was your shift?
I was assigned to day shift, which is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shortly after your shift began on April 2nd, 2024, were you and your partner dispatched to 2928 West Lisbon Avenue in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes, I was.
What was the nature of the call that you received?
We initially get a call for service from Milwaukee Fire calling us for a request MPD. Usually that results in us being told that we need to investigate a fire of some sorts.
Did you know what kind of fire this entailed when you were going there?
Yes, initially our CAD notes read that it was a vehicle fire.
Are you familiar with what's at the address of 2928 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, when I started there, it was an abandoned building and it continued to be until it was torn down.
Do you remember about when it was torn down?
It was approximately about 6 to 7 months ago, roughly.
Okay, after April 2nd, 2024.
Yes, sir.
Your partner that day was who?
His name is Miles Kowalik.
Mileskowalik for the record. When you were dispatched to that location and arrived in that location, were you and Officer Kowalik already there, or had the fire department already been there?
Milwaukee Fire Department had already been there and extinguished the fire prior to our arrival.
Did you speak to a member of the fire department?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I do not recall his specific name.
Okay. Was he the captain that was on scene?
Captain Hoos was his name.
Hoos?
Yes.
Thank you. That conversation, I presume you just got basic information about what they encountered when they got there?
Yes.
Do you recall what that information was?
Essentially, we run down if the fire was suspicious or not suspicious, what essentially they first got there, what they observed, and essentially we just get a debrief of the situation before we do our investigation regarding the fire.
And what did they observe?
When they got there, they observed a blue Honda Civic engulfed in flames, which prior to our arrival, they put out before we got there.
Was there anything notable about the trunk that they had noticed when they got there?
When they got there, I do not recall, but when I arrived on scene, the trunk was ajar.
Was there any noticeable damage to any part of the vehicle that did not look to be from a fire?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You had a body camera, correct?
Yes, it was equipped and activated during this investigation.
And you also made contact with an individual who had called 911, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
She, at the time, was a resident of a house on North 29th Street, correct?
Yes, sir, just east of the location of where the vehicle was set on fire.
Do you recall what address?
I do not recall.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 190. What is this?
That is a aerial view of District 3, certain parts of streets being Galena to Lisbon Avenue.
Move 190 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received and go ahead.
I've got Exhibit 190 on the TV screen now. Officer, at the top of the screen, there's an angled street, is that right?
Correct.
What street is that?
The angle street that runs west to east is called West Lisbon Avenue.
The street that runs north to south on the far left side, that's North 32nd Street.
Yes, sir.
And the map depicts as far east as North 29th Street, almost to North 28th Street, fair enough?
Yes, sir.
Is the location where you found, or where you went to find this car on this map?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, would you allow the witness to point out where the car was?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you're pointing to the building basically at the northeast corner of 30th and Lisbon.
Yes, sir, just east of 30th.
All right, and that building that's in this map, that is no longer there.
No, it is not.
And was the car on the Lisbon side or the other side?
It would have been north of Lisbon Avenue, just east of 30th.
Behind the building at this corner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you go down 30th, this street here is what?
That would be Walnut.
This is Walnut Street, and then the one south of that is
West Galena.
West Galena. And then right in between Walnut and Galena is the 31st and Galena Playground.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You can have a seat. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 51. Should come up on the screen momentarily. What are we looking at?
That was the blue Honda Civic that we got dispatched to for the vehicle fire.
I should have asked a better question. This is a body cam, right?
Yes,
Okay, whose body cam?
that would be my personal body camera.
Where I have this Exhibit 51 queued up, you're looking at the Honda Civic, right? And the street that would be beyond that building is what?
That would be West Lisbon Avenue.
So you're essentially facing south.
Yes, sir.
Is this your body cam from when you were there that day?
Yes, sir.
I'd move Exhibit 51 in and ask to publish about 2.5 minutes of it.
No objection.
It's received and go ahead.
Sorry, 3.5. When I start playing this video, there's not going to be audio, correct?
No.
Why is that?
for the first 30 seconds, when we turn on our Axon body cameras, it goes back about approximately 30 seconds to where no audio is recorded during it, just how our Axon equipped cameras are run in our Milwaukee Police Department.
You hit record, but your camera actually picks up 30 seconds prior.
Exactly.
All right, thanks. Paused at 110. That first portion of the video, what were you doing?
Essentially looking over the vehicle, just seeing what kind of fire damage is done to the vehicle. And then initially when I looked at the front plane of glass for the front window, that's initially where I first checked vehicles for their VIN number. And then the second time when I went to the inside of the door panel is where I checked for the second pin, the VIN number. The first one is destroyed in the vehicle fire, so I got the VIN number off of the door.
The purpose of getting that information is what?
Typically, and sometimes with the Milwaukee Police Department, some vehicles have license plates that do not match the vehicle that it has on it. So I always double check and write down the VIN number of the vehicle and the license plate as well, just to make sure that they match if I run the license plate or if I run the VIN.
You did that in this instance?
Yes, sir.
And then did you run that information to try to figure out who the vehicle belonged to?
I did.
And who did the vehicle belong to?
We run it through a certification called E-Time, which is a Department of Transportation check. And when I ran the license plate and the VIN of this motor vehicle, it listed to Sade Robinson.
Did the VIN and the license plate match?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Playing at 110. Paused at 152. The last few seconds here, you seem to be checking the engine compartment fare.
Yes.
And on the left side of the screen where my mouse is circling here would be the front passenger rear view mirror, correct?
Yes.
And the condition of it right now at this point is what?
It's damaged.
Hanging down?
Yes.
Playing at 152. Paused at 225. The front hood of the car, there's a cut straight across, correct?
Yes.
The hood is cut open?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something the fire department does?
Yes.
Playing at 225.
Super weird because that engine still looks like it's in pristine condition. So.
Huh? It didn't even look like it. I mean that in the sense of like the fire didn't even touch the engine or any part of the front of the vehicle.
Paused at 3:18. At this point in the video, you're looking into the trunk.
Yes.
This item that I'm pointing out with my mouse here looks like what?
Like a bag of some sorts.
This black item here?
Yeah.
Okay. And this is the first time either of you had looked into the trunk, fair?
Initially, I was the only officer between us two that had looked over the vehicle, looked and inspected it, and just made sure that everything was inside the vehicle or if any personal identifiers were in it.
Understood. Playing at 3:18. Paused it at 3:32. That last clip of you standing at the driver's side of the vehicle, how would you describe the interior of the vehicle?
Completely destroyed, essentially set on fire, complete fire damage of the interior of the vehicle.
The frame that I have on the screen right now from your body cam, it looks like there's a lot of trash. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know this location? Is that abnormal for behind this building?
Not at all.
Okay. Is this building, as it was abandoned at the time, was it kind of a dumping ground?
It could be used as a dumping ground, yes.
And where your squad is parked here, that's the alley. That's not a street, right?
That is an alleyway.
This street over here to the left, that would be North 30th Street then.
Yes, it would be.
So to get here, you pulled into this alleyway right off of North 30th.
Yes.
The 911 caller, did you make contact with that person?
I did.
Did they indicate whether?
Objection here.
That was
I was going
somewhat
to
of
make a make a hearsay objection, but he stopped his question.
Okay.
You did talk to the 911 caller?
I did.
Did you canvass the neighborhood?
I did.
And did you look for video cameras from houses or anywhere that might depict the area behind that abandoned building?
Anywhere in the immediate area that could have potentially caught this vehicle driving into the alleyway or behind the abandoned house.
That's what you were looking for?
Yep.
Were you able to find anybody when you were on scene here from those houses who had seen what happened?
My immediate canvas, not a single individual saw what happened, and nor did I find any camera footage around that immediate area north of it.
Okay, so you say north of it, you're looking, you mean north of Lisbon, fair?
Yes.
And are you aware of any camera footage that captures right behind that abandoned building at the time?
Not at that moment, no.
After you arrived, did you have other members of your department come out to tow the vehicle from that location?
I do not recall if we had another squad or if it was us that waited for the tow to arrive on scene.
So there was a tow that arrived on scene, fair?
Eventually, yes, that vehicle was towed from that location.
Where do what's the process for that? Where does it get towed to?
We call the city tow lot, and then essentially we wait for a tow to arrive. We get a tow number that's associated with the vehicle, and then if it's a safekeeping tow, it'll be kept at the city tow lot and a specific lot separate from evidence tows.
Did you at some point become aware on April 2nd of a leg that was found at Warnemont Park?
Yes.
Did you become aware that day or at a subsequent time?
Subsequent time.
Okay. And you're aware that that leg was found on the evening of April 2nd?
I do not recall what time that was recovered.
But this time, the time you went out to this burning car. I think it's on your body cam up here at the upper right. We're at 8:22 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, officer. So you testified that you were dispatched to this 2928 West Lisbon Avenue for a vehicle fire, correct?
Yes.
And had you ever been dispatched to vehicle fires in that area before?
No.
Okay, so, but this area that you described, you said that there's a lot of trash around there, correct?
Yes, there is.
And I mean, I guess we can kind of look at the video here on just this frame. It looks like there's some residential homes, correct?
Just north of it, yes.
Are you familiar with this area through your, responding to calls for service?
Yes.
And I mean, have you responded to calls for service about potential drug dealing?
Objection relevance?
What's the relevance?
I'm just trying to set the scene of where this all occurred, the part of the city. I mean, the state on direct examination was talking about how it's a high crime area.
I don't recall that happening.
Or the trash, I suppose. I mean, if I can just move on.
Okay,
Littering's
please
a
move on.
crime.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Move on.
All right, but when you arrived after the fire had already been extinguished, correct?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that the trunk of the vehicle was ajar, right?
Yes, it was.
And it was in that condition when you arrived.
Can you rephrase that?
The trunk was ajar when you arrived, correct?
Yes.
And I guess we saw on body camera, it shows that you approaching the car, and it looks like you're writing down the VIN number?
That's what I initially did, yes.
Okay, and did you touch the vehicle whatsoever? Did you touch anything in the interior and the trunk?
Nothing in the interior, nothing in the interior of the trunk, and nothing from the exterior. When I opened the trunk, I do not recall if I put my direct hand on it or if I used my sleeve.
Okay. And you indicated that there was minor damage to the exterior of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
But it didn't appear that there was any fire damage on the exterior of the vehicle. It looks like it was more just interior, correct?
I knew there was interior damage. I do not know the extent of the exterior of it, if it was fire damage or if it was damage done prior to the vehicle being there.
What I meant was the exterior of the vehicle, there wasn't char marks on the exterior.
I do not recall if there was or not.
It appears that the fire damage is all the interior front seat and into the back seat, correct?
There was fire damage in the interior and the rear and the trunk.
And the trunk, but we could see on the body camera that there was still some belongings that didn't look like they were charred or burned.
No.
And after you are looking at this vehicle, you said you canvassed the area, correct?
I did.
And what did that entail? Did you go to homes around the area?
Any houses around the area that could have potentially caught this incident on a camera or any sort of video footage.
And you weren't able to locate any video footage that captured the fire?
No.
And so you weren't able to identify any suspects that were captured on video, correct?
Nothing on the canvas that I conducted that day.
I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Detective Alexis Krusek.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis, Alexis, Krusek, Krusic.
How are you employed?
With the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
What's your position there?
Detective.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 9 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Patrol deputy.
Are you assigned to any specific position within the Sheriff's Department?
I'm a federally deputized task force officer with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and I'm on the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office bomb squad as a bomb technician.
What does it mean to be a TFO with the ATF?
I assist with federal cases ranging between firearms trafficking and arson cases.
And you have federal jurisdictions as well, correct?
Yes.
How long have you been on that assignment?
Since March of 2020.
So you were working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes.
Did you come into contact with a 2020 blue Honda Civic in April of 2024?
Yes, April 5th.
April 5th? In what capacity?
It was originally involved in a fire, now determined to be an arson. It was towed back to the Milwaukee Police Department tow lot, the City of Milwaukee tow lot, pending processing.
Was there a license plate associated with that
There
car?
was.
What was that?
It was Wisconsin Adam Sam Paul 1711, I believe it is.
Would 1171 sound familiar?
1171.
Are you aware of who that vehicle registered to?
It listed to Sade Robinson.
At that point, you were aware that Sade Robinson was deceased, correct?
I believe at that time it was still a missing person.
Okay. Who were you with at the tow lot as it relates to your investigation surrounding this vehicle?
Milwaukee Police Department personnel, I believe it was Detective Amy Stolowski, ATF Certified Fire Investigator Ricky Hankins, and Milwaukee Police Department Bomb Technician Commander Adam Islub.
And what was your purpose in being there?
Assisting with the search of the vehicle.
I missed the last name, the bomb tech, Adam.
Islub.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, the crime lab was also present, 2 individuals.
What was the crime lab there for?
To assist with evidence collection.
Such as?
Collecting
what?
DNA swabs. They collected the items out of the vehicle, packaged them, and then they were turned over to me at the end of the day.
And you watched that happen?
Yes.
Did you observe the Honda Civic in its initial state at the tow lot before any searching began?
Yes.
And prior to your search of the car, and when I'm saying your search, I mean you and the other personnel that were there that day, did you have any information about whether or not someone else had searched the car on an earlier date?
No.
So you were the first search of this vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the vehicle as you initially observed it?
It had heavy fire damage to it in all areas. The trunk was still pretty intact as far as vehicle condition.
Were you able to readily identify anything in the vehicle?
There was a blanket that could be seen on the back seat, as well as a brown and black purse that was on the floor behind the front driver's seat.
That's as to the passenger compartment. Would you say that the passenger compartment was the part that sustained the heaviest fire damage?
Yes.
What about the hood and engine area?
The hood had been cut, most likely by the fire department.
Can you describe the trunk?
The trunk was still in pretty pristine condition. There was a lot of standing water still, though, in the trunk of the vehicle.
Were you able to locate any items that were ultimately collected and placed on inventory from the trunk?
From the trunk, there was a black puffy style jacket. There were light ripped jeans, like light wash ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and tan underwear.
The underwear, was that contained on or within something?
It was on the outside of the light wash jeans.
The bag or purse that you described, was that also recovered?
It was, but not in the trunk.
Did you find any keys?
No.
Did you find any cell phones?
We found remnants of the phone camera, the steel that's on the back of an iPhone that shows the 3 circles for your camera. We were able to locate that in melted debris via X-ray.
Sorry, can you repeat the last portion of what you said?
It was located in melted debris inside of the vehicle that we were able to locate by using an X-ray system.
Thank you. Did you find any weapons?
No.
Would weapons in theory be detected through an X-ray system?
Yes.
Were photographs taken?
They were.
I'm not going to object to the introduction of any of these photos. It's all car photos.
Thank you. I'm showing you what's in marked exhibits 58 through 89. If you could just look through those and let me know what they are.
One at a time.
If you can just collectively look at them, identify them, and then we'll go through one by one.
These are photos that I took during the vehicle processing.
I'd ask that exhibits 58 through 89.
They are received, and you may publish.
Showing you exhibit 58. What is that?
That is the front of the 2020 Honda Civic.
Okay, and again, this is at the tow lot, correct?
It is.
Exhibit 59.
It's the passenger side view of the Honda Civic.
Can you see fire damage to the exterior of this car?
You can.
Can you describe where?
On the front or on the top portion of the vehicle doors.
Exhibit number 60, what is that?
The passenger rear corner overall of the Honda Civic.
Exhibit 61.
It's a front driver's side corner overall view of the Honda Civic.
Did it appear to you that there was at least some sort of front end damage to that vehicle?
Yes.
Exhibit 62, what's that?
That is an overall view of the driver's side rear back seat, showing the fleece blanket.
Okay, so the green and blue item here, this is a blanket.
Yes.
What is the yellow material there?
I believe that's part of the seat cushion.
Exhibit number 63.
It's an overall of the trunk view.
And I'm just going to have you step down off the stand and approach that. And if you could show us where, you said there was a jacket that was recovered, correct? Okay, and that was a black puffy winter jacket. What else can you see in that photo that you recovered?
Can you bring the microphone as far over as you can as well? Thank you.
I believe the jeans were underneath the jacket in this.
Okay. What about exhibit 64? Can you describe what's depicted in that photo?
The winter jacket.
Can you point to that? what else is, just in general, if you can recall, what else was in there? There are lots of things in that photo.
There's a shovel here that was in the trunk of the vehicle.
What about that item that I'm pointing to here? What does that appear to be?
A windshield wiper.
Actually, what about this item here?
Oh, that is a bed sheet.
And did you recover that?
I did.
How about Exhibit 65?
I believe this is a photo behind the front driver's seat, and the purse was in the lower area.
Showing you Exhibit 66. What is that?
It's a black and brown purse that was located behind the front driver's seat on the floor.
Were there items that were contained in that purse that you were able to recover?
Yes.
Such as?
There was a laptop, an iPad, and some miscellaneous items. I believe there's another photo.
Showing you Exhibit number 67.
Yeah, those were some of the contents from inside of the bag.
Exhibit 68.
Additional items from inside of the bag.
Do you know what these items are?
I believe there's going to be another photo. This is paperwork with Sade Robinson's name on it.
Showing you Exhibit 69. Is that the paperwork?
It's a closer view, yes.
Exhibit number 70.
This was an apron that was located inside of the trunk with Sade's name tag on it from the Wisconsin Club.
It looks like there's some cash, like loose bills of US currency.
Yes.
But Exhibit 71.
These were all of the items from that purse, all laid out.
Okay, can you describe some of the other items there?
Let's see. So there's 2 notebooks, a comb, there's 2 photos, Polaroid photos, miscellaneous paperwork, a planner over here, and a phone charging block.
Looks like some pencils and markers too.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit number 72. What is that?
That is an overall of the front driver's seat.
Exhibit 73.
This is a measurement that we took from the gas pedal of the vehicle to the front seat of the driver's seat.
Okay, and why did you do that?
To show the distance, because it seemed awfully far for an individual of her stature.
Okay, so at this point, you were familiar with who Sade Robinson was, correct?
Yes.
Including some of her demographic information,
yes,
such as height. Were you familiar with what she looked like?
Not before the search. No.
Okay. Showing you Exhibit number 74. What is that?
These are clothing items that were recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
Okay, describe what we're looking at here.
There's a black, that outer winter puffy style jacket, light ripped jeans, tan underwear, and 2 pair of white tennis shoes.
The one tennis shoe is burned.
Yes.
The jeans and underwear, were they like that when you recovered them?
Yes.
So you did not place them like that?
No.
Is there anything upon looking at that strikes you as unusual?
I think looking at how these were recovered, it could be consistent with somebody assisting in the removal.
How about Exhibit number 75?
Those are a close-up of the white tennis shoes that were recovered from the trunk.
Exhibit 76?
A closer image of the light wash jeans and the underwear.
77?
A closer image of the black winter style jacket.
What is 78?
This is an overall of the interior components that were removed from the car,
From what part of the car?
all the interior of the car.
So not the trunk, the passenger compartment?
Yes.
And was one of those items depicted in Exhibit 79?
Yes, this was recovered in melted debris that we had to pry out of.
Okay, and what is that?
We believe that is the rear part of a phone where your camera is. It's the 3 camera spots on iPhones.
And you're
Consistent with an iPhone
Okay.
15.
And you're familiar with that?
Yes.
But exhibit number 80?
That is an overall of the front passenger compartment.
And I should ask, that's the only part of a phone that you recovered in the car that was identifiable as something on a phone?
Correct.
Exhibit number 81?
So this is an item that is a stuffed animal of some sort that had an odor of gasoline on it. That was on the floorboard on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And you recovered that item?
Yes.
Why?
Because it had an odor of gasoline.
Exhibit number 82?
That is an overall of the front damage on the Honda Civic.
And that doesn't appear to be fire damage, does it?
No.
Exhibit number 83?
Another overall of the damage on the front passenger quarter panel of the vehicle.
Exhibit 84?
That's a close-up of the driver's side quarter panel showing the damage on the Honda Civic.
Exhibit number 85?
That is passenger side damage to the mirror, a close-up.
Exhibit number 86?
This is another image of the measurement that we took.
So driver's side again?
Driver's side seat, yep.
Are you aware of whether or not other measurements were also taken at a later time?
Yes, there was, not by me, but there were.
Exhibit number 87?
Close-up of the measurement.
And what was the measurement, if you know?
I do not recall off the top of my head.
Exhibit 88?
And this was the measurement from the brake pedal to the front driver's seat.
And are you able to say what that was? Are you able to see?
I don't know if that's 19 inches, but.
And exhibit number 89?
Okay, it shows 1 feet, 20 inches for the measurement.
You can have a seat. At some point during your investigation, your portion of this investigation, the car search, were you made aware of what Sade Robinson was last seen wearing?
Yes, once I recovered the clothing, I had reached out to see what she was last seen wearing.
And what did you receive in response?
I received a still image of Sade. She was walking on a boardwalk by herself, and she was wearing light wash, ripped jeans, white tennis shoes, and a black jacket, from what I could see.
I'm showing you what's been marked exhibit 240. You can identify what that is.
This is the image that I was sent.
I'd ask that 240 be received in public.
Any objection?
No.
240s received, go ahead.
Do the jeans that Sade is wearing in that photograph appear to be the jeans that you recovered?
They do.
And what about the coat?
Also appears to be the same.
And what about her shoes?
They appear to be the same.
And what about the bag?
From what you can see in the photo, it resembles a dark style bag, but yes.
Did you recover any white tops, shirts or sweaters?
No.
The DNA, the crime lab individuals who were taking DNA swabs, did you see them taking swabs of areas like the door handles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. All right, the items that you described that we've seen photos of, those were placed on inventory, correct?
They were.
And inventory is what? Just
Property with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office.
showing you what's been showing you what's been marked exhibit number 52. Can you identify what this is?
This is the stuffed animal that had the odor of the accelerant from the front passenger floorboard of the Honda Civic.
So that's what's contained in that bag, correct?
Yes,
Is it contained in something?
a paint can.
Okay. What condition is that in?
It had been to the crime lab already.
Okay. I'm asking that exhibit 52 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 57. What is that?
This is the brown and black purse, partially burned from the rear driver's side floorboard.
And that's already been opened, correct?
It has.
You opened that earlier today.
I did.
Can you pull out what's in it?
This is the purse that was recovered.
I'd ask that exhibit 57 be received.
Any objection?
No.
57 is received.
Showing you exhibit number 54. What is that?
These are the light wash ripped jeans with the tan underwear that were recovered from the trunk.
I'd ask that exhibit 54 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And I'd ask you to just take out the jeans. Thank you. Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 53. What is that?
This is the black puffy jacket from the trunk of the Honda Civic.
And could you open that up and show us what's contained? Thank you. Showing you exhibit 55. What is that?
These are the white Bob sneakers with burn damage recovered from the trunk.
Could you open that and take the shoes out for us?
And scissors.
Probably.
I move in exhibit number 55.
No.
Okay,
No.
move in exhibit 55.
Any objection?
No,
It's received 53 too.
I'd move in exhibit 53.
I don't object to that either.
You're not objecting?
No.
It's received as well.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 56. What is that?
This is the white-ish yellow bed sheet, partially burned, that was recovered from the trunk.
I did ask for exhibit 56 to be received.
I don't object.
It's received.
And could you open that, please?
All the way open.
No, that's okay. That was found in the trunk. You showed us where it was, right?
It was.
Okay, thank you. You testified that you didn't find any sort of top, a shirt or a sweater. Did you find a bra?
No.
Are you aware of whether or not the DNA swabs that you testified the crime lab was taking, that those were ultimately taken to the crime lab?
They were, but not by me.
I don't have anything further.
Cross?
So you were involved in other things in this case, but primarily a search of the car, right?
Correct.
And and this looks like a pretty thorough search, you were going through the trunk in the main area of the vehicle, right?
Yes.
Were there any identifiers for Maxwell Anderson in that car?
No.
Any ID cards or anything like that?
No.
There was obviously some clothing in the trunk area that you've testified to that belonged to Miss Robinson, obviously, right?
Correct.
And some measurements were done. You were present for that.
Yes.
Now, did you go to the scene of, excuse me, were you present at the scene of the burning car or no?
No.
Your investigation was done once the car had been towed back to a lot, right?
Correct.
Or maybe a building that you use.
Yes.
And do you know whether the fire department, well, by the time you got the vehicle, the fire department had already been in the car and hosed it down and opened the doors and things like that, right?
I can't speak to what they've done, but there was clear water inside the vehicle.
I mean, clearly they had put out the fire and cut open the hood and things like
Yes.
that, right? And in terms of the seat distance from how far forward or how far back it is, do you know whether the fire department moved it forward or backward as they're putting out the fire?
No, I'm not sure.
All you know is those measurements are what they are for when you have the vehicle at the lot, right?
Yes.
DNA swabs were done really throughout the vehicle, isn't that fair to say?
I
On
believe
various-
it was just the exterior.
The exterior driver's front door handle, right?
Yes.
So meaning that door handle that a driver would use to get in or out of the car was swabbed extensively.
Yes.
And exterior driver rear door handle, that was also swabbed.
Yes.
Trunk latch.
Yes.
What's a trunk latch?
How you open up the trunk of a vehicle.
Okay, so for this particular vehicle, is there a button in the back of the trunk that you would have pushed and it would have opened?
I don't recall.
Okay, it's something that a person would have to touch to open up the trunk though,
Yes.
and that was swabbed.
Yes.
And exterior passenger rear door handle,
That was done.
exterior passenger front door handle.
Yes.
So all of those things are swabbed for DNA correct?
Yes.
And I think you just said you didn't send any of it to the lab for testing. That was somebody else's responsibility.
Correct.
You said the stuffed animal that we've talked about had an odor of gasoline on it.
Yes,
Are you a bomb technician?
I am.
Okay, what's a bomb technician?
I respond to calls of suspicious items. I respond if there's any potential for a device, anything having to do with military ordnance.
Got it. And so when you say gasoline, you're using that phrase, are you using that in just the ordinary smell of gasoline is what you mean, right? Like anybody would smell at a gas station is what you were smelling, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all.
State, were things still wet inside the car?
Yes, things had to be taken out of their original packaging and hung up to dry.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break at this time? No? Okay. Next witness, state.
Special Agent Ricky Hankins.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Ricky Hankins, Hankins.
How are you employed, sir?
I am a special agent with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, also known as ATF.
How long have you worked in law enforcement?
I have worked for ATF since April 2001.
And what is your, are you a certified fire investigator?
I am.
What is that?
A certified fire investigator means that I have received specialized training in order to investigate fire origin and cause.
Can you just summarize what that is, the training?
The training for ATF was a 2-year immersion program where I had to take graduate courses from the University of Maryland. I had to investigate a minimum of 100 fire scenes under the mentorship of more senior ATF CFIs. I had to do a research project. I had to do reading reports. At the end of it, I had to take written tests. And I'm also an International Association of Arson Investigators, CFI, through their process as well.
How long have you been a CFI?
I have been an ATF CFI since 2009.
Back on or about April 5th, 2024, were you asked to assist in the search and processing of a 2020 Honda Civic?
Correct.
Where did that occur?
That occurred at 3811 West Lincoln, the secure impound lot for the Milwaukee Police Department.
Among the people present for that was yourself as well as Detective Alexis Krusik, who just left this room, correct?
That is right.
And then there were additional personnel present from the Milwaukee Police Department as well as the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
After doing that search, were you tasked with conducting an origin and cause determination?
I was.
What is the purpose of an origin and cause determination?
An origin and cause investigation starts with determining where a fire starts. The purpose of an origin and cause investigation is to determine where a fire starts and how it started, to determine if it's an accident, if possible, or an intentional act. Sometimes we can't tell the difference and we have to leave a fire undetermined.
In this case, after you conducted that search with those other people, were you able to come to a conclusion as to origin and cause of this fire?
Yes.
Can you tell us basically the process? Take us through it.
In order to get to the final conclusion, the first thing we look at is origin. And to put it simply, when you're looking for the origin of the fire, we're looking at materials or locations that do not look like their immediate surroundings. So mass loss is different, so things are just burned away, and there's not as much left of an area as its immediate surroundings. So there's mass loss, there's discoloration, all right? There's deposit, there's deformation, melting, warping. When we see areas like that, we explore those areas as potential areas of origin, keeping in mind that the greatest area of fire damage or greatest area of mass loss doesn't always mean origin. Sometimes that mass loss is caused by ventilation. So if ventilation comes in an area, that can cause more mass loss. So we explore first origin. Once we're comfortable with where a fire starts, then we look for what are the first fuels, what's capable of burning in that area, and what are our heat sources. Are there any accidental potential heat sources that could have come in contact with our fuel load? Are they capable of igniting what's in that area? Once we explore that and we test that with prior knowledge, sometimes we have to do fire research testing at our lab out in Maryland. We have a large warehouse that sometimes we have to rebuild complete structures and test fire to see which of our hypothesis might be correct. If we are able to come to a hypothesis that withstands all scrutiny and only one hypothesis remains, then we draw a conclusion.
Does this involve an assessment of the exterior damage as well as to the interior damage of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what you noticed when you did an exterior assessment?
Of the 2020 Honda Civic, there was oxidation to the sunroof area, and there was also oxidation to the exterior passenger side doors.
What is that?
Oxidation is discoloration. So one of those things I was telling you that we're looking for is the discoloration. So there's a whitening or a peeling of the exterior paint from those doors.
I'm gonna put on the screen here for you exhibit 60. Doesn't matter what you see. You're talking about this discoloration right around here.
That is correct.
Let's talk about the interior damage assessment. What did you observe?
When we're looking at the interior of the Honda Civic, we looked first at the engine compartment, and then we looked at the trunk. The interior of those compartments, the engine compartment, there was no indication of direct flame damage. There was no fire damage indicating that the fire started in the engine compartment. Same with the trunk. There was a little bit of mass loss or flame damage to contents of the trunk that were immediately adjacent to the back seat. Well, that's because the back seat had burned away from a fire from the passenger compartment and had extended a limited extension into the trunk.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Looking at the passenger compartment, so the front seats, the back seats, we had heavy mass loss to contents as well as the seating, both the backrests, and there's more survivability to the seat cushion, but the backrests for the two front bucket seats and the backrests for the rear seat were uniformly consumed. And so it was very clear that the fire had originated inside the passenger compartment.
All right, for the record, while you were talking, I put up exhibit 62, which has already been admitted. That would be an image of the interior compartment, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell us about the windows?
When I examined the windows, I had a lot of window remnants deep inside the window wells, indicative of the windows being at least partially open during the fire event.
Let's talk about excavation. What happened? What did you notice through that?
So like I said before, when we determined origin, and that being the passenger compartment, we started excavating, looking for what are our fuel loads. The back seat, I remember seeing a fleece blanket, which I believe we see here in this photograph. There were remnants of cardboard, remnants of paper material. I do recall, I believe, a purse in the back seat. There was also remnants of a Bic lighter, I recall seeing in the back seat. And as we excavated further now into the front of the passenger compartment, I reached the area of the floorboard on the front passenger side. So front passenger bucket seat, right at foot level. During excavation, I located what appeared to be remnants of a stuffed animal, green in color, at least majority of it green that had survived. And as soon as I turned it over, I was overwhelmed by an odor consistent with the possible presence of a petroleum distillate. It smelled like, sometimes we can't tell what it is, but it could be gasoline, it could be lighter fluid, it could be any kind of petroleum distillate. But whatever this stuffed animal was appeared to have been saturated with it because it had weight to it. And it was an overwhelming odor that I experienced.
Are you able to say, when you were in that front passenger compartment, whether or not the seats would have been able to be moved after the fire was extinguished?
No, they were not.
How could you tell?
When fire occurs and is extinguished, it creates what's called protective patterns. So pretend that there's a fire up here at the desk that I'm sitting at, and this is more of a solid, not a light combustible. If this is in place at the time of the fire and the fire department puts out the fire and we move this after the fact, this is called a protected area underneath this item, right? So just like that example, if something is moved, a seat, for example, after the fight or after the fire, after the extinguishment, you would see a protected area or a dischargement or unalignment of the fire debris.
Going back to that odor of petroleum distillate, are you able to tell us what some examples of petroleum distillates are?
Oh, gasoline, diesel, lighter fluid, solvents, paint thinners.
Thank you. You participated in the, actually, before I go there, that item that you sensed that odor from was collected by the sheriff's office?
That's right.
You participated as well in the x-ray of the vehicle?
I did.
Did you observe any remnants of weapons or keys?
We did not.
What was the weather like on the day of the fire?
I believe it was light rain.
And is that something you would take into account during your analysis?
The weather in general, yes.
Okay. So to recap, go from front to back. The engine compartment of the trunk was not fire damaged.
Correct.
You could rule that out as the origin location.
That's accurate.
The trunk you also ruled out. How so?
Looking at the trunk, there was survivability, no direct flame damage to the majority of the trunk. We located remnants, if I recall correctly, bed sheet, female clothing in the back or in the trunk. No flame damage to those contents. If a fire originates in the trunk, there's going to be flame damage.
If the trunk is closed at the time of the fire, that would be an impediment because of lack of oxygen, correct?
Objection leading.
Why would the trunk being opened or closed matter about the fire's ability to spread in the trunk?
In order to have combustion, in order to have fire, you need three things: oxygen, fuel, fuel, and a heat source. All right. So if you take away oxygen, there won't be fire. There won't be combustion.
Within the passenger compartment of the vehicle, while the window's down, there clearly would have been oxygen then, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware of, actually to finish up where I was going then, so that leaves us with the passenger compartment. Were you able to conclude that's where the fire started?
Yes.
All right, and just summarize how.
Based on the direct flame damage, the mass loss to the contents, as well as the seat cushions, was indicative of a fire coming from that area, originating in that area.
And are you able to come to a conclusion based on your examination, training, and experience as to how the fire started?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what your conclusion is and how you come to that conclusion?
Based on 3 main bullet points or data points, one being the presence of ignitable liquid, because at the time of my rendering of my report, I received a lab report from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab indicating a medium petroleum distillate was found in the stuffed animal debris. Witness statements is also something we take into consideration when we're determining origin and cause, and a witness statement was reported that they had seen an individual walking away from the 2020 Honda Civic after throwing what the witness claimed appeared to be a lit lighter into the driver window. And then the third final bullet point that was important for consideration was the registered owner had been determined to be deceased and not the driver of the vehicle at the time of the fire.
Are you able to give us any information as to how fast a fire started in that manner could spread in a car like that?
Quickly, ignitable liquid accelerates fires.
I have no other questions.
Okay, so to back up a little bit. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just to back up a little bit, I think what you were saying towards the end is that before you even begin your examination of the vehicle, you read witness statements and do a general try to learn a little bit about the circumstances. Would that be fair to say?
Not always before we do an examination of the vehicle. I believe I learned, I'm not sure when I learned of that witness statement, that would have been after the scene exam.
Okay, you prepared an opinion and cause report though, right?
Origin and cause, correct.
Origin and cause report, right?
Correct.
And you drafted that report and it has sections such as synopsis, narrative, and participants, right?
Correct.
And there's a section in there specifically entitled witness statements, right?
That's correct.
And that's because of what people say is important to know.
Correct.
As well as doing your own independent examination, because sometimes what people say is different than what actually happened.
Sometimes.
It's part of the reason why you go in and do an examination is to try to see if that version makes sense, for example, right?
We compare witness statements to physical evidence all the time.
And that's what you did here, right?
Yes.
Now, the bottom line, I guess the bottom line conclusion, if you will, is that the Honda Civic was lit on fire.
It was an intentionally set fire.
Not something that happens from the engine, right?
Correct.
And it's your conclusion that the intentionally set fire was a stuffed animal lit on fire and placed on the passenger side of the car. Do I have that right?
You do not have that right.
Okay, can you explain your conclusion?
So as I stated in my conclusion, it was the application of a open flame to ignitable liquid inside the passenger compartment. When ignitable liquid is used to start a fire or accelerate a fire, it's not pertinent for us to pinpoint exactly where that fire starts because, for example, if I poured gasoline throughout this room and lit it on fire after the fact, we wouldn't be able to distinguish where I actually put the open flame to the gasoline. Was it in the back corner or in the front corner? Because the damage is going to spread so quickly that the mass loss, the fire damage, isn't going to tell us where that poured gasoline, that poured ignitable liquid was first ignited. So my conclusion, if I believe my report is in front of you, is that it was an open flame ignition of a ignitable liquid, medium petroleum distillate inside the passenger compartment.
Something like gasoline.
Medium petroleum distillate was the lab report.
Right, and you said before on direct that could be gasoline. Use that as an example.
A petroleum distillate is not a medium, gasoline is not a medium petroleum distillate.
Lighter fluid would be a medium.
Correct.
What we use to light a grill, right?
That is accurate.
Okay, so your conclusion is that something like that was used, right?
Correct.
On a stuffed animal.
That included a stuffed animal.
Well, there was you made particular note of the stuffed animal, didn't you? That the stuffed animal had an overwhelming odor of the medium petroleum distillate, right?
That's correct.
Which tells you, based on your experience, that that stuffed animal, you believe, was sprayed or doused with that liquid, right?
Right. I think where we're missing each other is I did not say, nor would I say, that is the only location in the vehicle that had ignitable liquid doused or
Got it.
applied.
Right, the liquid could have been sprayed all over, as far as you know.
Correct.
Okay. Do you aware of any witnesses who saw someone spraying lighter fluid all over a vehicle?
No.
The only witness statement you're aware of is from a person who claims that a lit lighter was thrown into a driver's window from outside of a vehicle.
Correct.
And in fact, you found part of a Bic lighter on the back of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
When you say Bic lighter, are you referring to the standard thing you would buy at a gas station? Is that what it looked like?
Correct.
The kind where a person would use to light a cigarette, right?
True.
You're, as a arson investigator or ATF employee, certainly you know that a Bic lighter, if a person lights it, the moment they let go of where their thumb would go, the moment they let go, the flame goes out, right?
Some lighters have like a locking mechanism where you can lock the flame down.
Did this one have that?
I did not recover it, so I did not examine that.
So you don't know?
I don't.
And but you do know that the 4 windows were all likely open at least partially, right? At least partially open at the time of the fire, right?
Correct.
And that's based on the uniform fire mass loss, right? Or no, I'm sorry, that's based on the debris that you noticed in the windowsills, right?
Right. The window channel had significant glass still in it.
How far down were the windows at the time?
We weren't able to tell that. That's why I said at least partially down.
So it could be anywhere from just a tiniest little fraction down to fully?
No, we had more glass in the window channels than just a tiny bit.
Okay, so you're
I
looking.
can't quantify it for you.
Well, in the pictures we saw.
Mostly up there. There are 2 right here.
Well, if we take picture 61, for example, exhibit 61, for example. Thank you. If we take exhibit 61, for example, what does that show? Well, how do the windows look there?
The windows are gone.
What?
The windows are not evident in that picture.
They're gone, right?
Correct.
And so when you examined the vehicle, the windows themselves were already gone, right?
Like I said, I was able to see down into the window channels inside the door.
And why would windows be gone? Is that because the fire department personnel would knock them out?
Or the fire could have compromised them and they failed due to heat.
In other words, the fire could have cracked them.
But they were also down.
Now, the seat, in terms of the seat distance being back, before you were holding up a Kleenex box and moving it around in front of you, weren't you?
Correct.
As a demonstrative?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to understand the seat location in the vehicle. Is that something that you examined?
I did.
You look at how far back the seat is on the metal tracks, right?
We did in this case.
Okay, and in terms of was the driver's seat all the way back as far as it can go?
We did not manipulate it to see if it was all the way back as far as it would go. We just made note of where it was at that time.
Okay,
at the time of the fire.
Okay, so you didn't note how far back on the tracks it was itself?
No.
But it's your opinion that it wasn't moved by fire department personnel because why?
Again, if it had been moved, we would have had clean parts of the track. So if the seat is on a track,
right.
Everyone knows that. So if you move it after soot deposits, after a flame impinges upon it, it's going to then expose a clean part of the track. We didn't have that.
Well, did you have clean part? Right. Were there parts of the track that were clean and parts of it that had soot on it, or no?
There was I don't recall the exact visual of the tracks. We could tell that they had not moved, the seat had not moved from the time of the fire. That's fine.
Thank you, that's all.
If you had not had the witness statements, would your opinion about where the fire originated have changed?
No.
If you had not had witness statements, would your opinion about it being a result of an ignition of ignitable liquid changed?
No.
Was the fire incendiary?
It was.
Meaning what?
It was an intentional act.
Nothing else.
No.
Thank you. Anybody need a break now? Oh, I see some hands. Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute afternoon break and then we'll be back with you. So just leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. Okay, we're back on the record, same appearances. We're still on the state's case in chief, and I believe they're about to call their 24th witness.
State calls analyst Megan McMahon.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Megan McMahon. My first name is Meghann. My last name is McMahon.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a trace evidence analyst at the State Crime Lab in Milwaukee.
What does that mean?
So trace evidence encompasses a variety of types of evidence submitted. It can include the analysis of glass, fibers, paint, general unknowns, and in this case, I analyzed evidence submitted for fire debris as well as physical fit.
What is physical fit?
Physical fit is the analysis of items that are broken to determine if they could fit together to form one contiguous piece.
Can you describe what your training, experience, and education is that allows you to work in this capacity?
So I have a Bachelor's of Science in Spanish from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and I have a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. In addition to my education at the laboratory, I completed an in-house training program for both fire debris and physical fit. In general, those training programs encompass readings, lectures, hands-on exercises, and culminate in what is called a competency test, which is essentially a mock case.
How long have you worked in your capacity at the crime lab?
I've been at the lab in Milwaukee since 2015.
In your capacity at the crime lab, when you analyze something, you document it through a report, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit number 438. Can you identify what that is?
Exhibit 438 is a copy of the laboratory report that I issued on May 16th, 2024 for laboratory case R24-952.
I'd ask that exhibit 438 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
And what does that report document?
So this report is a report of my analysis for item BD that was submitted to the laboratory for fire debris analysis.
What was item BD?
Item BD was one sealed paper bag that contained one gallon can that had burned debris in it that was reportedly recovered from a vehicle.
The number or lettering system BD, is that how your lab keeps track of things?
Yes, when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, it's given a laboratory item designator. So we start at A and continue on until all the evidence for a case has been submitted.
Handing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 52. What is that?
So exhibit 52 is laboratory item BD for case R24-952, and I can tell that by this yellow sticker that's on the bag.
So exhibit number 52 is the item that you analyzed and subsequently documented that analysis in report with the exhibit 438 sticker on it.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you describe what you did upon receiving item BD or exhibit 52?
Yes, so I first would open up the bag, open up the can, do a visual exam of what's inside of the can. In this case, I couldn't determine what was inside the can, so I called it burn debris. After that, I take a charcoal strip and I suspend it inside of the can, put the lid back on the can, and then I put the can in an oven. So what happens when the can is in the oven is anything that's volatile or will go into like a gaseous state, we'll do that and it will adhere into that strip that I suspended inside of the can. The cans stay in the oven overnight for approximately 16 hours. After the 16 hours is up, I take the can out of the oven, I take the strip out of the can, and I put the strip into a small vial. Into that vial, I add a little bit of solvent or a little liquid. What happens is anything that was stuck onto that strip that was in the can will then dissolve into that liquid. I then take the liquid and I analyze it on an instrument called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer. And the data that I get from the sample that was analyzed on, or I analyzed on the instrument, I compare to a reference that was also run on the instrument under the same conditions in order to come to a conclusion if an ignitable liquid is present or not. So in this case, I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate was present in item BD.
What is a petroleum distillate?
So petroleum distillate is one class of ignitable liquids. Ignitable liquids are classified rather than identified because there can be, because manufacturers market the ignitable liquids to their end use. For example, medium petroleum distillate could be the same liquid, but it's marketed as a paint thinner or as a charcoal lighter fluid. So for ignitable liquid analysis, we classify them as opposed to identify them.
Are there other classifications of petroleum distillates?
There are light, medium, and heavy petroleum distillates.
What are some examples of a light petroleum distillate?
Light petroleum distillate could be charcoal lighter fluid. It could be like a lighter fluid that you would use to light a cigarette. Compounds that are smaller than what would be a medium petroleum distillate.
What's a heavy petroleum distillate?
So a heavy petroleum distillate, something like that would be diesel fuel or kerosene.
What about regular gasoline?
Gasoline is its own classification.
And is it just gas or gasoline is its own classification, or is there a title for it? It's not.
It's gasoline.
Okay. Items like paint thinner and lighter fluid have smells to them typically in your experience?
I would say that petroleum distillates have a smell. I don't know what, in general, when I receive liquid as an item of evidence, I don't know where it's coming from. So I couldn't tell you if it was a paint thinner or a charcoal lighter fluid, but it does have a smell.
Did you note any odor from exhibit number 52, item number BD?
Because it was debris, I did not smell it.
Petroleum distillates, including medium petroleum distillates, are ignitable liquids, correct?
Yes.
And what would ignite a liquid such as a medium petroleum distillate?
A A flame?
Okay, a flame from anywhere?
Yes.
Okay, so a flame from a match.
Match, a lighter.
Okay, in addition to doing the ignitable liquid analysis, what else did you do as it relates to this case?
I also received broken pieces with the request to determine if a physical fit was present between these pieces and a vehicle that was submitted.
What was the vehicle that was submitted?
I'd have to refer to my report.
You drafted a report?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked exhibit 437. What is this?
Thank you. Exhibit 437 is a copy of the laboratory report that I authored on May 10th, 2024 for case R24952.
Does that document what vehicle you received?
Yes, I received a Honda Civic, Wisconsin license plate ASP-1171.
And does that actually physically come to you at the lab?
Yes.
Who did you receive that from? What agency?
It would have been received by our evidence technician, so I'm not sure what agency submitted it.
Does the vehicle itself receive an item number?
Yes.
What item number was the Honda Civic?
The vehicle was item BQ.
What else did you receive?
So I received items BR through BV, through BV, and those were all broken pieces that were submitted.
I'd ask that exhibit 437 be received.
Any objection?
No.
437 is received.
Showing you what have already been received into evidence. I'll show you first exhibit 28, 29, and 30, if you can identify what those are, if you've seen them before.
So exhibit 28 is item BR for case R24952. And again, it has the yellow label that's put on at the laboratory.
And what is item BR?
Item BR was a broken mirror that was submitted. Exhibit 29 is item BS for laboratory case R24952. And item BS was a piece of broken black plastic. And then exhibit 30 was received as laboratory item BT for case R24952. There were 5 pieces of broken black plastic that are inside here. So when I did my analysis, I sub-designated them as items BT1 through BT5.
And what about exhibits 31 and 32?
So exhibit 31 is laboratory item BU for case R24952. And this is a piece of broken black and silver plastic. And then exhibit 32 is item BV for case R24952. This had 8 pieces of broken plastic inside. So during my analysis, I sub-designated them BV1 through BV8.
Why don't you start with item BR and walk us through what your analysis entailed?
So in general, with my analysis, what I'm first going to do is open up the broken pieces that were submitted, and I'm going to do a visual exam and a microscopic exam of those pieces. and document what I observe. Then if there are any of those pieces that look like they would fit together to each other, I would do that physical fit at that time. After I'm done with all of that, then I took all of the pieces and I went to the vehicle, which is in a different part of the laboratory, and I attempted to do a physical fit from the pieces to the vehicle. So there were 3 pieces that I was able to physically fit back to the vehicle.
And just as a preliminary question, to physically fit something together, does an item have to be broken?
Yes.
So if a piece of a car falls off but isn't broken, can you conclusively say that it comes from that car?
No. So in general, that conclusion might be something like detached but not broken from the vehicle. There might not be anything broken for a physical fit analysis to be attempted.
So it's fair to say that you're looking at how an item fragments when it's broken?
I'm comparing broken pieces to broken areas on the vehicle.
Okay, you said that there were 3 items that you were able to fit.
Yes.
What were those?
So I was able to fit item BT3, which was broken black plastic, to the vehicle, the front grille area. I was able to fit item BS, which was a broken piece of the license plate holder, to the license plate holder that was on the vehicle. And then item BU, which was broken black and silver plastic, to the passenger side fog light area on the vehicle.
What about the other items?
So items BV3 through BV8, so submitted broken pieces, I was able to fit back together to each other, but that piece, there was nothing broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit for that. The same thing with item BV1 and BV2. There wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to attempt a physical fit. And then items BR, BT1 and 2, 4 and 5, there was no physical fit attempted. So the vehicle was damaged, it was burned. So for safety reasons, we didn't want to put it up on a lift, and the pieces that were not attempted appear to be interior pieces. So there was no more analysis done.
BV3 through BV8 are described as pieces of black glossy plastic, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but your findings were that all of those pieces fit together, correct?
Yes.
On the Honda Civic, item BQ, was there a part that was missing in the area where those items BV3 and BV8 would have fit?
So I was able to use that conclusion, detached but not broken, for the one contiguous piece that BV3 through BV8 formed. But again, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle for me to do a physical fit for that.
Was there an area of the Honda Civic that was missing a piece consistent with what you put together for BV3 through BV8?
There wasn't anything there, but again, it wasn't, there wasn't anything broken on the vehicle.
Okay.
So it appeared as though, again, that piece fit in there, but I'm not able to do any more analysis in the sense of I can't say there's a physical fit because there was nothing broken for me to try to attempt to do a physical fit on.
And so that's where you come to the conclusion that it appeared to be detached.
Yes.
What about items B1 and BV2 that you described? Did you come to the conclusion that those items, when put together, appeared to have been detached from the Honda Civic?
Yes, it would be the same conclusion. BV1 and BV2 both appeared detached but not broken from the vehicle.
And again, that the area where BV1 and BV2 appeared to have been detached, there was the Honda Civic missing that particular piece?
The piece wasn't there, but I couldn't make a conclusion as far as if BV1 and BV2 were the pieces that belonged to the vehicle.
But the Honda Civic was missing that particular piece?
The pieces were not there, yes.
I don't have anything further. Cross?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So one part of your, I guess, your role in this investigation was to test some burn materials, correct?
Yes.
And did they arrive to you in like the big gallon bucket or 5-gallon bucket?
They arrived in a gallon can that was in this paper bag.
Okay. And when you're doing your testing, you're doing it at your lab, correct?
Yes.
And you said you didn't like smell the odor of the fragments or the burn materials, correct? Because you do like some sort of testing and you're able to determine that there's a petroleum distillate, correct?
In general, the only items that would be smelled would be liquids that are submitted. So because this was burn debris, I did not smell it.
But you have like instruments that tell you that it's petroleum distillate, correct?
Yes, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer.
And can that determine whether something has like, I think they said a light, a medium?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to come to the conclusion that, you know, this burn material it was ignited by like lighter fluid or paint thinner. Those are contained in petroleum distillate, correct?
I was able to conclude that a medium petroleum distillate is present. There are lighter fluids and paint thinners that would be classified as a medium petroleum distillate, but there also are paint thinners and lighter fluids that might not be, which is why it's just a medium petroleum distillate.
Those are just common examples, right?
Yes.
And like lighter fluid and painter fluid, those are things people can purchase at like a hardware store, correct?
I would imagine so, yes.
Like a Home Depot, a Lowe's, an Ace Hardware, something like that.
I would think so, yes.
And then the other part of your investigation was to kind of, I mean, I'm just speaking in layman's terms here, is you get pieces of what might belong to a car and you determine if you can draw that conclusion, if these pieces came from that car.
The pieces have to be broken in order to do the physical fit analysis. So what I'm determining is if the broken pieces would fit to a broken area on the vehicle.
And your conclusion was that these broken pieces belong to this Honda Civic, correct?
3 of the pieces physically fit back to the vehicle.
All right, I have nothing further.
State? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
He would then recall Detective Donner.
Okay, next slide. Empty. Sorry. Next slide, empty. Oh. We have a different court reporter. We're gonna re-swear you.
Oh, sure.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JoannDonner.
Detective Donner, as part of your follow-up investigation into this case, on October 1st of 2024, did you conduct an experiment related to the seat positions as they were known to have been found in Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I did.
Did that involve you going out to some car dealership in Milwaukee County?
It actually was in Waukesha County, Menominee Falls.
Okay. And tell us what the purpose of that experiment was.
I volunteered, one of my detectives who is 6'1", which is based on the same DOT height for Maxwell Anderson, and another deputy who is 5'1", which is actually 1 inch taller than Sade Robinson's DOT. I couldn't find anybody that was 5 foot, so she would have to do. What I did was then go out to the dealership and found a 2020 Honda Civic, same model and make of her car, same year, and positioned the seat according to those that you saw in the Arson photos. Then I was able to place Deputy Balsamo into the seat to see if that was a comfortable position for her to drive in, or if it would work better for Detective Blanchard.
In going to the dealership or dealerships, if you will, at some point were you able to determine what the value of a 2020 Honda Civic is?
Yes, the average value is approximately $20,000.
All right, so you took a deputy who was 5'1" and a deputy who was 6'1"?
Correct.
And did you take pictures of this experiment?
I did.
I'm gonna show you exhibits 90 through 108.
Tell me the numbers one more time.
90 through 108.
Thank you.
Are those the photos from the experiment?
They are.
Okay. Move 90 through 108 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Asked to publish, not all of them, but a few.
Go ahead.
Detective Donner, what was the seat position of Sade Robinson's Honda Civic?
I had to base the measurements in the photos from the Arson, just based on what the curvature of, if it had cushioning and foam. So I used the frame of the lumbar support that seemed to be the most accurate. That position for the back would be 42 inches, and for the front edge of the seat would be 22 inches.
Okay, so did you position the seat of the Honda Civic you used for this experiment to that same position?
I did, with the exception of the back. It is the manual style, and I couldn't lock it in at 42 inches, and I could only lock it in at 43. So it was 1 inch farther back on the back of the seat.
All right, and then did you have both deputies sit in that seat?
I did.
For starters, these are the two people you used, right?
That's correct.
The one on the right actually testified in this trial.
Correct.
Okay. And then you show me the picture of you pick out the picture of each of them sitting in the seat when it was at the distance of Sade's car, when Sade's car was recovered.
I took several photos showing the arm extension and also the feet towards the foot pedals.
I'm going to show on the TV 94 and 95. When you had the 5'1" deputy sit in the chair, were her feet able to touch the ground?
No, they were not.
And your arms, exhibit 95, fully outstretched?
Fully outstretched, elbows locked.
When Detective Blanchard on the right here sat in that seat, how did that go?
Much better.
97, feet reached the pedals comfortably
Yes, they did.
and sat in the chair comfortably.
Correct.
Looks relaxed.
Yes.
Did you then have, what was her name again?
Balsamo.
Can you spell it for the record?
I sure can. It's BALSAMO.
Did you have Deputy Balsamo adjust the seat to a position where she felt comfortable?
I did.
And did you have Detective Blanchard sit in that seat?
I did.
Can you show us what that looked like? Here's exhibit 102. Scrunched up to the front.
Yes.
Attorney Vance Cruzan, can Can you use the mic, please? That's okay.
All right, and head not comfortable.
It was actually touching the ceiling. He could not put it back any farther. He had to be hunched over forward to fit.
Nothing else.
Cross?
So if I understand correctly, all you did was test the seat for, well, first of all, the car itself was burned away. The seats were burned away, right?
Correct,
The cushioning was gone.
correct.
And so you're using the metal that would have been behind the cushioning for the measurement. Do I have that correct?
Along the sides, you can see there's a part of the lumbar that curves. That's what I was using to base my measurement, and then feeling through the vehicle that we used for the experiment.
Got it. And it was a manual seat.
It was.
Is that the same as Sade's car?
I do not know because her car was so badly damaged on the inside.
Okay, so we don't know if it was manual or automatic.
Correct.
But as I understand it, you used only 2 people for this experiment, if you will.
Yes,
A person who's 5'1" and a person who is 6'1".
correct.
And anybody in between?
No, I did not.
Didn't test any other sizes, 5'7", 5'6", to see how comfortable those people would be?
No,
Okay, different people sit with their seats at different comfort levels, obviously.
correct.
You're not offering this as any sort of science, are you?
No.
That's all.
State?
No, nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State?
State calls Detective Casey Donahue.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Would you please be seated, state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Casey Donahue, CASEY DONAHUE.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you assigned to the City of Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a detective with the city?
I've been a detective for over 4 years, and I've been with the Homicide Division since June of 2022.
Did you assist in the investigation related to a missing person named Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
And when your department, the Milwaukee Police Department, became involved in the investigation, had you come to learn that her car was set on fire near the intersection of 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, I was.
And I have Exhibit 190 on the TV screen. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Do you need a second to orient what the map's showing?
Yes, I'm familiar with that area.
Okay, we got Lisbon Avenue right here at the top, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then 30th Street, where my pen is here?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. The vehicle fire that we're talking about, were you aware that it occurred right where my pen's pointing now?
Yes, it was behind 2928 West Lisbon.
This entire map depicts a location within the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, right?
It is, yes.
Was one of the things that you were tasked with doing, trying to locate video from the area where Sade Robinson's car was set on fire?
Yes, I was.
Did you locate video from the address of 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
Yes, I did.
What is 2900 West Lisbon Avenue?
2900 West Lisbon Avenue is a liquor store that is in the area.
Is it on this map?
It is, yes.
Would you be able to stand up and point out where that building is?
Yes. The liquor store is located right here.
All right. So basically at the other corner from where the car was burned.
It would have been just to the east from where the car was burned. Car would have been burned in the rear of this location right here, which the building is actually no longer there.
At the time you recovered video, the building was there?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to bring up on the screen in a moment here Exhibit 192. Were you able to recover video footage from multiple cameras that was of interest to this investigation?
Yes, we did.
What were those? Can you, using the map, please tell us generally what those cameras were and where they were facing?
Yes.
Can you bring the mic closer to you as well? Thank you, Detective.
So from the liquor store, one of the cameras that we recovered video from would have been pointing in a western direction down the sidewalk area and was affixed to the south part of this building. The second camera view that we had would have been actually on top of the roof of the liquor store, and it was pointed in a northern direction.
Basically pointed off the map here.
Yes.
You can have a seat, thank you. This video, did it have audio?
It did, yes.
All right, Detective, I have on screen, I believe it was the first camera angle you described. So we're looking up at the date and timestamp here in the upper left-hand corner. It says February 4, 2024, 06:48:37, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And did you, when you were covering this video, ascertain whether or not the date and timestamp on this video was accurate?
Yes, it was in fact accurate.
The street,
I'm sorry, before we go any further, there's a brief matter. I think could we just be heard at sidebar real quick? Sure.
And what exhibit is this?
192.
Thank you. State, please proceed.
Thank you. The purpose of reviewing this video is to see if you could find anything about how Miss Robinson's car was set on fire.
Yes, and if I could just clarify one thing quick.
Sure.
So if you notice the date in the top left-hand corner, it is going to appear in what I consider like European date. So it's going to have the day, then the month, and then the year.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm going to advance the first video I have up, and for the record, the video title is extremely long. It starts with D2 and ends in 1900, and it's on the disc that's marked Exhibit 194. Sorry, 192.
Okay. You had originally indicated 192.
Yes, it is 192.
Okay.
All right. I'm advancing that video to 1:47. One of the things you were also looking for is to see if you could see her car driving.
Yes,
And did you in fact find instances in this camera footage of her Honda Civic driving around?
yes.
I have the video queued up to 1:47. The date and timestamp is what, Detective?
If I could just, you know. The date and time is going to be April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 a.m. and 29 seconds.
What do you see?
If you notice towards the top of the screen, you're going to see a vehicle that appears to be Sade Robinson's vehicle.
Paused at 2:15. I'm going to switch back real briefly to the map. What we just watched was that vehicle, which appeared consistent with a Honda Civic, right?
Yes,
It traveled northbound on 30th Street through the intersection right here of Lisbon, correct?
yes, that is correct.
That's what we just watched.
Yes,
And in a little bit, if we get there today, did you also recover a video coming from where that car came from?
yes.
And where is that video on this map?
That video is going to be from the H-Bar Cylinder Services, and that's located at 1651 North 30th Street.
All right, so the video that you got from here actually would precede what we just watched, and it shows that car going up 30th, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Is that how you knew that car was the same one?
Yes, and also there's identifiable features on the car, more specifically damage, that we were able to determine that that was in fact Sade Robinson's vehicle.
And related to all of this, where is the 31st and Galena playground?
That is going to be located right here at approximately 1650 North 31st Street. That's going to be between the streets of Walnut, and then to the south is going to be Galena.
Going back to the video. I'm going to advance this clip to the 11-minute 58-second mark. The timestamp, we've gone up to 7:01:16 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to play until 12:14. Oh, turn the volume off, sorry. See the vehicle again?
Yes, I do.
Where's it going?
That vehicle is traveling southbound on North 30th Street from Lisbon.
I'm going to shift to the next video. The title starts with D2 again, and the last four digits are 3935 for the record. This video picks up at 7:19 a.m., is that right? We're at the beginning? Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
I'm going to advance to 3 minutes and 44 seconds. 7:22:58 a.m.
Yes.
Playing from that time until 4:12. And in the upper right, you see the vehicle pull off of 31st Street.
Yes.
And now what's it doing, if you could point it out?
It's turning northbound on a North 30th Street from Lisbon.
Paused at 4:14. So that timestamp is 7:23:31?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Gonna pull up clip D15, last four digits ending in 3307. Different camera, correct?
Yes, this is going to be the camera I was referring to on top of the roof. So this is going to be pointed in a northern direction. It does capture what is an L-shaped alley behind the address where the vehicle fire was located.
All right, so off to the left side of this screen is where that alley entrance would be, and you're telling me you can't get out onto this street that's on the right?
Not from there. This portion of the alley goes east to west and then turns to the north-south.
Point
So
out.
it's shaped as an L, which you can see would be kind of like this. So the alley comes here and you have to turn to go north.
I'm gonna advance this video to 3 minutes and 3 seconds. The timestamp on this clip is actually in the lower right, and what time do we have?
This is going to be 7:23 and 34 seconds.
What are we gonna be looking for here, Detective?
So you'll notice Sade's vehicle will pull up right down here and then conducts something like a Y-turn to go back in the other direction.
That other direction being where it would eventually be lit on fire.
That is correct, yes.
I'm gonna zoom in just to the left side of the video. And I'm gonna play until 4:24.
This is going to be the vehicle right here. As you can see, there's damage to the passenger side mirror. It's hanging off.
Okay, hanging low,
Yes, it's like
playing it again at 3:35.
it's almost like it's dangling, just attached by wiring.
Paused it at 4 minutes, 20 seconds. And if I get out of the zoom here, you can see this is at 7:24:51 a.m., correct, Detective?
Yes, that is correct.
And the vehicle kind of, once it does that turn, very slowly kind of creeps forward. Is that fair?
Yes, and it goes out of camera view.
I'm gonna go back to D2 ending in 3935 and cue the video up to 9 minutes and 49 seconds. Nine minutes, 40 seconds, sorry. So we're back to the original camera angle looking down Lisbon. This would be just a few minutes after that vehicle pulled off of the last camera frame, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Playing at 9:40. Paused at 9:56. Did two individuals just enter the frame from the bottom?
Yes, these two right here.
Okay, one of them has a LeBron James jacket on, correct?
Yes,
And the other holding a large umbrella.
yes, that is correct.
Are you gonna see them do anything in the upcoming clip?
Yes, when they get to approximately right here on the sidewalk, you will see them react to something that's happening over here. And at that same time, you're gonna see a subject wearing dark clothing with a tan camouflage backpack. He's gonna then cross the street as a city bus is passing him.
Heading south, the person with the backpack?
The person in the backpack is crossing in a southwest direction, and the bus is traveling westbound.
I'm gonna play until 11:51.
There's the subject crossing as the bus going by. And as you can see, this person has stopped and begins to back up. And you see the other subject up here begins to run backwards, or run back in the station. She then points in the direction of from where, or the subject walking from behind the building. Says call the police, call an ambulance.
Paused at 11:51. I want to go back to the point in the video. The audio doesn't seem to align up to the second with the video. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, that's fair to say.
But you can hear the words she is yelling, at least when you listen to this?
Yes, you can hear her say.
I'm going to object to him testifying to what another witness said.
I'm asking him what he hears. And he's already testified to some of it.
I think he's able to provide his opinion as to what it is, but the jurors should pay close attention to what they hear.
I'm going to play it again from 10:40. And actually, I'm going to go back even before that. All right, I have it at 10:30. That subject who walked out from the right side, just to be very clear, right around the corner of this building up here, that's where her car was set on fire, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And between the building that this camera is on and the building on the opposite corner, there's just a vacant field there.
Yes, so there's this vacant field, and then there's two buildings prior to the corner.
The car is behind the two buildings at the corner, right?
It is, it's behind the building further east.
So from the location where these two women stop, would they have had a clear vantage point of where the car was?
Yes, you can see right through to the, it's like a rear parking slab behind this building.
The subject who walks out from there, he crosses Lisbon, correct?
Yes.
What street does he go down?
He then
I'm going to
goes,
object to the gender being used at this point.
I think, what,
I'm going to sustain the objection and ask you to rephrase your question.
thank you. The subject who walks out from the side there, what direction does that subject go?
the subject goes southbound on North 30th Street.
And going back to that other camera we're talking about, down 30th Street that you also recovered that we'll watch, Are you able to pick up that subject when he gets to the intersection of 30th and Walnut?
Yes, so 1651 North 30th Street is going to be on the southwest corner of Walnut and North 30th Street.
All right, back to this video. I'm going to pick it up from 10:10.
Is there a way to turn it up at all?
Sorry?
Can you turn it up?
Up?
Louder?
I can.
He did that.
Travel. It's coming, it's slow. Yes, I'm up there. 130 to call the ambulance. Hey, call the fire department. Hey, call the fire department. Call the fire department.
Pause at 11:39. What did you hear her yelling after that? After you heard he did that.
Then she's saying to call the police, call the ambulance.
And where does she point?
She points in the direction where the subject walks off to, and she's pointing to where the vehicle fire was located. Or in a westbound direction.
All right, and then I actually have one other clip here to play. So the time where she's yelling, that's about 7:31:33, right? Up at the top left here? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
7:31 and 33 seconds.
All right, I'm going to advance the video to 7:35:34 and play from there. Pause at 15 minutes, 30 seconds. So by 7:35, the Milwaukee Fire Department is arriving on scene.
Yes, that is correct.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 193. While that's loading, I've got the map up here. And just to be very clear, the subject who walked across Lisbon Avenue would have came out on this side of the building, right?
Yes.
All right, and then he walks across Lisbon and heads down 30th Street here. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
And does the video you got from this business or whatever this is pick up that same person walking?
Yes, it does.
Where does that person walk from and towards that we're about to see?
The person is on the east sidewalk of North 30th Street, and then he'll cross North 30th Street westbound on the north sidewalk.
On Walnut.
Correct.
I have to load up the player, so just give me 1 minute here.
And this will be 193.
Yes. All right, first camera angle we're going to look at.
So this camera angle is pointed in a west-northwest direction, and it's going to capture West Walnut, and this is going to be the north sidewalk of West Walnut.
Okay. What, and the date and time stamp up here on the upper right corner, April 2nd, 2024, 6:50 a.m.
Yes, that is correct.
Was that determined to be an accurate date and time stamp for this video?
Yes, it was. I believe it may have been 30 seconds off, but it was approximately the correct time.
All right, and I'm playing it from 6:50, I think it was 05. So that's Walnut Street right there.
That is correct, yeah.
And there's a vehicle coming.
Yes, as you can see, that's going to be Sade Robinson's Honda Civic, and we know that because of the damaged mirror that's hanging off of the vehicle.
That I'm circling with my mouse right here?
Yes.
All right, so 6:50 a.m., the car is appearing, and this is what? What is this area over here? Is that the playground?
No, so this area is going to be like a wooded area. It then goes down to a set of train tracks that cuts through the city. And this right here is going to be a bridge that goes over the train tracks. And then the playground is located directly on the other side of that, just to the south.
That playground in that area, would you later be involved in recovering human remains from there?
Yes, I was.
Playing from 6:50:26. And it's off camera by 6:50:29. I'm gonna bring up channel 2. Me. Sorry, let me just, I have to reload this up. All right, I'm going to bring channel 2 forward to that same time period, 6:50. Where does this camera pick up as to where the other one left off?
So the other one was pointed in a more western direction. This covers more of a panorama view and shows north and west. So this is going to be the intersection of North 30th Street and West Walnut. And this is the bridge that I was referring to, that the train tracks go underneath.
The car we watched in the last clip that was coming eastbound, is it going to then appear on this camera?
Yes, it will.
Playing at 6:58:18. All right, and you see the car there?
Yes,
And the window is rolling up.
yes.
Okay. Able to see,
It appears that the
continuing from 6:50:37.